Under the pale early winter sun, the town of Fairlake lay shrouded in a deceptive calm. Cobblestone streets, aged and familiar, still wound their way to the small wooden house at the end of the slope, the place Ashlyn Reed once called home before she left in uniform, carrying with her the dream of fighting for something greater. Now she returned, no insignia on her chest, no sharp commands echoing around her, just a quiet woman pulling a chipped suitcase behind her, filled not with things, but with fragmented memories. Ashlyn stood still for a long time before the faded wooden gate. This was once a place filled with her father's booming laughter, dinners by the fire with her mother, and the wide-eyed girl who believed noble ideals could ease any sorrow. But war was nothing like she imagined. It left scars on her skin that could be stitched. Yes, but deeper still were the shadows carved into her mind. She opened the door. The musty air struck immediately, rising from the old carpet, the dust-covered books, and from time itself, forgotten in this house. In the living room, a weathered photo frame still stood, capturing a family just before she left. They were smiling. So was she. But the woman in the photo and the one now standing here were not the same person. Ashlyn dropped the suitcase on the floor and sat down by the low tea table. She didn't cry, didn't tremble, didn't complain. Only her eyes were hollow, as if every emotion had been rinsed away by the desert wind on the other side of the world, a place where bombs replaced clocks, and every blink might be the last. Fairlake hadn't changed much. The neighbors were still the same, but the way they looked at her now was different, tinged with hesitancy or pity. People never quite know what to say to a veteran. They're afraid to touch something fragile, to trigger memories the veteran herself is trying to bury. But how does one forget when every night's sleep drags her back to the trenches? When even the hiss of a boiling kettle sounds like incoming fire? On her first day back, Ashlyn didn't leave the house. She opened her old military bag and pulled out a dented tin box. Inside were grenade fragments, a handkerchief stained red with desert soil, and a name tag. Rex, K9 Unit. She placed it on the table and stared at it, as if waiting for it to speak. But it didn't. It was just a cold piece of metal, a silent witness to a warrior's existence, and a memory she still couldn't touch. That night, sleep refused her. Nightmares crashed down like waves. She saw herself running under fire, sand kicking up in storms, the howl of war dogs. One night she shot up in bed, gasping, reaching for a weapon that no longer existed. Sweat soaked the sheets. The walls seemed to close in around her, stealing her breath. On the third day, she ventured out. The old coffee shop was still there, though the barista didn't recognize her. A few older folks nodded politely but quietly, almost fearfully. She ordered her coffee black, no sugar, no milk, just like in the base camps. The bitterness brought back memories. Soldiers sitting shoulder to shoulder, sipping tiny cups under a vast desert sky. She remembered Rex, his sharp eyes, his always alert ears, his lightning-fast reflexes. She remembered the first time he lunged, taking down a suicide bomber and saving the entire unit. And she remembered the last time. But not yet. She couldn't go back there yet. If she slipped too far into the past, she might never find her way back. That afternoon, she walked the perimeter of Fairlake Lake. Young couples strolled with their dogs, waves lapping gently at the rocky shore. A golden retriever dashed past, making her chest tighten, not because of the breed, but because of the innocence in its eyes. A kind of innocence Rex had lost long ago. When night fell, Ashlyn returned to the wooden house. She locked the door, drew the curtains, and lit the small lamp by her bedside. On the nightstand, she placed the tag again. Rex, K9 Unit. It remained there, silent and waiting, as if knowing a new chapter was waiting to begin. But before facing fate, she had to face herself. And the wounds, though no longer bleeding, still ached in the night. That night, Fairlake felt colder than usual. The bedside lamp cast a trembling beam across the ceiling. Ashlyn lay on her side, eyes wide open, staring into the mute dark. For 3 nights, she hadn't truly slept, but this time, her body was too weary, her mind too worn to resist. With her breath growing heavy, the images returned. There was wind, but not Fairlake wind. It was desert wind, dry, harsh, laced with dust and gunpowder, footprints still fresh in the earth. She was back in a barren land where one wrong step meant death. Ahead, a minefield. Beside her, Rex, his ash-gray coat rippling with each movement. He moved a few paces ahead, nose to the ground, ears rigid. Suddenly Rex stopped, his tail stiff. Ashlyn knew instantly. There were mines. "Fall back," she whispered into the radio. But before the words had even left her lips, gunfire tore through the western flank. The ground exploded beside her. The blast flung her backward, ears ringing, vision darkening. Her head slammed against the stone, and a metallic tang filled her mouth. Blood! Everything spun. The gunfire hadn't stopped. Someone was shouting. But amid the chaos, she heard it, familiar footsteps pounding toward her. Rex. He didn't need orders. He wasn't afraid. There was only one mission. Find her. Ashlyn saw a figure approaching, rifle raised, pointed straight at her. She couldn't move. Blood dripped from her forehead into her eyes. Her hands couldn't even lift the weapon. And then, Rex leapt. Like a bolt of instinct and loyalty, he launched himself at the enemy, sinking his jaws into the man's arm and dragging him to the ground. In that split second, Ashlyn rolled over, grabbed the fallen rifle, and pulled the trigger. One shot. Then silence. As the smoke cleared, Rex lay beside her, panting heavily, blood oozing from his left shoulder. Ashlyn crawled to him, gathering him in her arms. No, don't do this. You're going to be okay, you hear me? Stay with me. Rex didn't whimper. He simply pressed his head against her chest. Those eyes, though rimmed in blood, still burned with the same fire as the day they first met. Ashlyn jolted awake, her heart thundered in her chest. The room had returned to its still shadowed silence. The only sound was the ticking of a dry wall clock. No gunfire, no mines, no Rex, only her. Alone. She sat on the edge of the bed for a long while. Cold sweat clung to the nape of her neck. The desert screams still echoed in her head. Without a word, Ashlyn walked to her desk. She pulled open a drawer and took out an old envelope. Inside was a single yellowed sheet. REX, K9 unit. Status, reassigned to training facility. Her eyes stopped at that line. Her chest tightened. The memory surged back. The field hospital. Bleached white ceiling. The sterile burn of disinfectant that seeped into the skin. Ashlyn, cast and bandaged, lay helpless as a uniformed officer entered. Behind him was Rex. But they weren't there for a visit. They were there to take him away. Wait, please, just give me some time. I'll take Rex home. He's mine. Her voice was weak. The officer shook his head. Orders from above. Rex has been reassigned. You're no longer active duty. Rex didn't understand. But when they started pulling him away, he resisted, the leash stretched taut. He growled, twisted, fought back. His eyes, wild, terrified, looked back at her like a child being torn from home. Ashlyn tried to stand, bracing against the pain, but collapsed. She cried out, Rex, I'll find you! Do you hear me? I swear! I'll find you again! The door slammed shut. That was the last sound she ever heard from Rex. Ashlyn stepped out onto the balcony. The town of Fairlake slept below. She looked up at the sky, glittering with stars but cold enough to cut through bone. She placed a hand over her heart. I'm still alive. Because of you. The promise she made that day still burned in her chest, and something, long buried, began to stir again. Tomorrow she would start looking, even if it meant tracing every last footprint. Even if all she had was a fragile thread of hope, Ashlyn would keep her promise. Because some debts must never be forgotten. The next morning, early winter light spilled through the window, gentle yet unrelenting. Ashlyn sat at the kitchen table, coffee long since gone cold in her hands. Her eyes stared at the old computer screen. The dream, or more accurately, the memory, still clung to her like smoke. For the first time in years, she had allowed herself to remember it all. There was a brief hesitation. Then Ashlyn reopened her email inbox, something she hadn't touched in months. Hundreds of unread messages piled up, mostly ads and newsletters from veteran organizations. But one subject line made her hand freeze. Information on abandoned K-9 units after disbandment. Help needed from former soldiers. She clicked. The first line hit her like a punch to the chest. Several former military K-9 training camps have been shut down due to lack of funding. The dogs, once loyal, brave, and vital to missions, are now left behind in deteriorating facilities, uncared for, or worse, treated as broken tools. We're calling on veterans, especially those who served with K-9 units, to help. Ashlyn's heart began to pound. She scrolled down. The post included a list of abandoned facilities, along with drone footage and photos submitted by volunteers. Among dozens of names, her eyes locked onto one line. Redwood Military K-9 Training Camp, Fairvale Region. Multiple abandoned dogs reported, one with tag REX-4791. She couldn't believe what she was reading. She zoomed in on the attached photo. It showed a rusted metal kennel, vines choking the entrance, and in the center, just beyond the wire fencing, was the faint silhouette of a large dog, sitting upright, head bowed. The image was blurry, but her instinct was sharp and certain. That posture, unmistakable. She immediately opened the map. Redwood Camp, less than a 3-hour drive from Fairlake, a forgotten place deep in the pine woods. Once a backline training site for combat K-9s, it had been handed over to a civilian group, and then abandoned completely over a year ago. Ashlyn leaned back in her chair, releasing a breath she didn't know she was holding. Not from exhaustion, but from the quiet shattering of something inside her. The silence she'd carried all these years had finally cracked. Rex, are you really still alive? She didn't let herself hope, but the question echoed, relentless. For years she had tried to forget, tried to let go. But now, with that name staring back at her from the screen, like a whisper from the past, every wall she'd built came crashing down. Ashlyn rose, walked to the closet, and pulled out her old military backpack. Inside were things she'd never unpacked. A flashlight, a multi-tool, a leash engraved with the name Rex, and a sand-colored towel, frayed at the edges, the one Rex used to chew on during their overnight missions in the field. She clutched the towel, pressed it to her face, and closed her eyes. If that was truly Rex, if he was still alive, what had he endured all these years? Abandonment? Isolation in the forest? Was he treated like discarded equipment? She couldn't bear the thought. She only knew one thing. She was going. Even if the odds were 1 in 100, she was going. The printer sputtered to life, printing a satellite map of Redwood Camp. Ashlyn marked possible access points. It wouldn't be easy. The area was remote, no paved roads. She'd have to hike through thick forest. But nothing could be harder than the battlefield. No terrain could stop her if, at the end, waited her old friend. By the window, a breeze stirred the curtain, casting sunlight onto the desk, onto the old name tag, REX, K9 Unit. The light danced on the worn metal, sparkling strangely, as if it knew, as if it had waited all this time. Ashlyn slung the backpack over her shoulder. She looked around the house once more, then gave a small nod, like a promise made not aloud, but deep in the soul. Tomorrow she would go to Redwood, not to search for a dog, but to fulfill a promise. A promise between two soldiers, one that must never be broken. Highway 47 cut through the pine forest like a silver thread, lonely and cold. Though it was barely past noon, the sun had already retreated behind a wall of thick clouds, casting a dull gray wash across the windshield of the old black pickup truck. Ashlyn sat behind the wheel, gripping it unconsciously, her eyes fixed ahead, yet seeing far beyond the road in front of her. She was staring into a place that didn't exist on any map, but that lived vividly in her memory, like the kind of dream that loops endlessly until it chokes the breath from your chest. For the third time, the GPS voice repeated, "Turn left in 200 meters." She turned it off. The dirt road appeared, rough and slick from the previous night's rain. The tires sank in intervals, splashing muddy streaks across the sides of the truck. Trees on both sides closed in, tangled and overgrown, as if conspiring to erase all trace of human presence. After about 15 minutes of weaving through the forest, the gate finally appeared. One side of the massive iron entrance had collapsed, corroded by time and strangled by vines. On a rusted, crooked sign, the faded words could still barely be read. "Redwood K9 Unit, Combat Dog Training Center." Ashlyn stepped out of the truck. The forest wind caught her coat, making it flutter like a torn flag. She stood still for a moment, staring at the words, feeling her chest grow heavy, like it was filled with stone. Her first step through the gate was met with complete silence. No engine, no birds, no wind. Just knee-high weeds and rows of decaying buildings, all slumped toward the ground as if in mourning. Every corner, every kennel, every training yard, every tether post bore the imprint of time. Cracked walls, fallen tin roofs, moss clinging to concrete like wounds that never healed. Something caught in her throat as she approached the central kennel block, the heart of the facility, once reserved for elite canines. This place had once echoed with synchronized barking each morning. It had seen combat training drills, scent tracking tests, explosive detection exercises. Each dog trained here was once a warrior, named, praised, and nearly killed in the act of protecting human lives. Now all that life was gone. Only a hollow shell remained, bent steel bars, clawed-up concrete, a few torn windshields dangling from frayed wire, whistling softly in the breeze, like sighs from forgotten souls. Ashlyn moved slowly, each step kicking up dust. The air reeked of mold and urine. Some kennels had collapsed entirely, others were locked but empty, save for an overturned metal bowl. She stopped at the final row. At the farthest corner, behind a tall iron fence, there was one kennel still chained shut. Unlike the others, this one was draped in a tattered plastic tarp, faded and frayed, hanging down like a mourning veil. Ashlyn stepped closer. One step, then another. A breath. Faint. but real. Something stirred behind the tarp, a shadow shifting. She held her breath, fingers tightening around the flashlight in her hand. The tarp shifted slightly, and then the eyes appeared. Amber eyes, clouded, silent, no longer reflecting the world outside. There was no fear in them, no suspicion, no hope, only emptiness. The dog's body was large, but the bones jutted out beneath a dirty, matted coat. His ears drooped low, his neck was grayed with dust. A thick chain dug into his skin, rusted and tight. There was no need for confirmation. Even time couldn't erode that knowing. It was Rex. Ashlyn stood frozen. All these years. All the nights she had wondered if he was still out there somewhere. And now, the friend who once saved her life, who once fought beside her, was sitting motionless, emaciated, and ghost-like, as if he had been left behind by the entire world. No bark, no wagging tail, no sign of recognition, only silence and empty eyes. There was no doubt anymore. It was Rex. The dog who once flew like a living arrow across battlefields, now curled up in a rusted cage, shriveled as if trying to disappear into a world that had long forgotten him. Ashlyn stepped forward, carefully. "Rex." Her voice caught in her throat, a sound barely louder than breath. But it shattered something inside her, all the same. No response, no movement. The dog didn't raise his head, didn't flinch, just stared blankly into the void, as if his spirit had drifted somewhere no one could reach. She took another step forward. "Rex, it's me, it's Ashlyn." Still nothing. No familiar tail wag, no soft whimper of joy like back in the old base camps. Not even a glance. Ashlyn dropped to her knees before the iron kennel, her hands gripping the cold mesh wire. Her eyes shimmered with the threat of tears. In front of her sat a creature so thin it was almost unreal. Every rib along his flank was visible. His left shoulder, once wounded, was now covered in patchy, silvered fur. The heavy chain around his neck had worn deep into the skin, now gray and calloused. But what broke her most were the eyes, once ablaze like living fire, eyes that locked on hers through smoke and shrapnel, that never blinked in the face of danger. Now they were dull, sunken, vacant, as if Rex had waited too long, believed too much, and finally let go. Ashlyn reached for the rusted padlock. Her fingers fumbled with it, metal clinking. After a few tense seconds, it clicked open. She pushed the kennel door, its hinges groaning like the sigh of an ancient soul. Rex didn't move. She sat down directly in front of him, just an arm's length away. "It's me, Rex. Remember? I promised I'd come back for you." This time, Rex blinked. A tiny movement. Barely instinct, as if something far away inside him had stirred at the sound of her voice. Ashlyn swallowed the lump in her throat. From her coat pocket she gently pulled out an old object, the name tag, rusted by time. REX, K9 unit. She placed it carefully in front of him. Still, nothing. Silence surrounded them, heavy like a silent accusation. She sat there in the fading afternoon chill, facing the friend she once believed could recognize her breath from across a battlefield. But now, the distance between them wasn't just a few feet of metal bars. It was a chasm of memory buried in dust, loneliness, and betrayal. Ashlyn slowly drew her hand from her pocket and placed it over her heart. "You don't have to wag your tail. You don't have to come to me. Just show me that you're still in there, Rex. Even just a little." The wind whispered through the forest canopy above them, as if the world itself was holding its breath. But Rex remained still, Ashlyn bowed her head, resting her forehead on her knees, trying to hold back the sob rising in her throat. She had been prepared for the possibility that Rex was dead. But what she wasn't prepared for was finding him alive and completely silent. Not because he hated her, but because he no longer believed, no longer remembered, no longer wanted to believe that something good had ever been real. She sat there, motionless, silent. Because sometimes pain doesn't need to be explained. It just needs to be witnessed. The sky dimmed. Faint streaks of orange broke through the trees, casting a narrow path of light that reached all the way to where Ashlyn sat. No one spoke. No movement disturbed the thick, aching stillness. Rex remained curled, eyes open but hollow, as if what just happened was between two beings who no longer shared a bond. Ashlyn leaned slightly forward, gaze never leaving him. She knew he was still in there, somewhere beneath the grime, the scars, the blows dealt by men. But maybe the door to those memories had been closed for too long. She inhaled deeply. No more calling his name. No more pleading. She slowly leaned closer, voice barely louder than the wind. Down. One word, an old command, a sound once shared between them, on training fields, in combat zones, through freezing desert nights. A language only the two of them had ever understood. There was no immediate reaction. Rex remained motionless, his gaze still lost somewhere far away. But then, something flickered. A blink, a shift in breath. His ears twitched, just slightly, not alert, but no longer limp. Ashlyn held her breath. Rex slowly turned his head. And this time, it wasn't the empty stare from before. It was hesitant, wavering, trembling like a boy waking from a long nightmare, unsure if the world outside was safe again. She said nothing, made no move, just sat there, eyes brimming, her whole being whispering a silent prayer. Rex pushed himself upright. His front paws touched the ground, wobbly and uncertain from weakness. He blinked, looked at her, took half a step back. Then stopped. His paw trembled, his head lowered. And in his eyes, for the first time since they were reunited, there was something. Recognition. Ashlyn choked on her breath. She placed her hand over her chest, right where her heart pounded wildly, as if sending a signal to another heart that once beat in sync. Rex. It broke from her lips, cracked and trembling, and then, as if the final key had turned in the lock, as if a long-lost soul had just found its way home, Rex lunged forward. The chain snapped taut behind him, metal clashing loud against the kennel frame. Ashlyn barely had time to react. He stumbled through the open door, legs shaking, collapsing right in front of her. But then he rose and threw himself into her arms, like a terrified child finally finding his mother again. A choked sound escaped Rex's throat. Not a bark, not a growl, but a cry. Ashlyn wrapped her arms around him, clutching his frail frame tightly. His fur was coarse, dusty, and smelled of neglect, but to her it was everything that remained of a memory that never faded. "I'm here, Rex. I'm here." Rex buried his head into her neck, his entire body trembling. He was no longer the fierce soldier that once led the charge. He was just a lost soul who had finally recognized the one person he'd been silently waiting for. Ashlyn wept. Tears poured down her face, soaking into Rex's filthy coat. Each sob from her matched the faint whimpers from him. Together they became a wordless hymn only two survivors could ever understand. She whispered softly, hands gently stroking his bony back. "You're still you, aren't you? You're still here. You still remember me." Rex pressed in closer, letting out a low sound, half sigh, half reply. His eyes no longer looked empty, no longer cold, no longer lost. They glowed, not with intensity, but with warmth, like the last flame rekindled in a long, dark winter. That day, beneath the blood-red sunset falling over the ruins of an abandoned training ground, a miracle happened. Not from heaven, not from fate, but from an old word, a familiar voice, and a promise that had never been forgotten. Nights in the Middle East were never quiet. Even when the wind died down, the darkness pressed in, heavy, suffocating, like it wanted to crush everything beneath it. Sand seeped into everything, every crevice of a rifle, every fold of a uniform, every crack in human will. Ashlyn Reed knelt low to the ground, one hand over her radio, her voice a strained whisper through gritted teeth. "Team 1, silence." Seismic detector just picked up movement. Possible explosive device. A quick glance to her right. Rex lay flat against the sand, body coiled tight like a drawn bow, ears rigid, nose sniffing deeply and steadily. They were less than 500 meters from the base. But the ground ahead was unmapped, uncleared. They didn't have time to wait. One wrong step, and everything would blow. Rex moved forward inch by inch, nose brushing close to the earth. He paused, tail stiffened, then let out a quiet, sharp whine. Ashlyn raised her hand instantly. "Mine detected! Hold position!" The entire unit froze. Sweat trickled down their spines, soaking into the vests, every eye locked on Rex. The German shepherd glanced back at her, eyes sharp, waiting for confirmation. Ashlyn nodded once and whispered, "Go ahead, boy. Do your thing." Rex began to move. Every step was precise, surgical. He sniffed, scraped lightly, marked his findings. 1, 2, 3 suspect spots. Each was flagged with a glow-in-the-dark marker. And then, on the 4th, he froze. Eyes wide, ears flattened, his body recoiled. "Mine!" Ashlyn shouted. "Fall back!" She barely got the words out before an explosion shook the ground beneath them. Sand and debris filled the air, blinding. She was thrown to the ground, ears ringing, vision clouded by dust and smoke. When she opened her eyes, Rex was standing over her, his body shielding hers. He was trembling, paws buried deep into the sand, his teeth clenched tight, and embedded in his shoulder plate, a shard of metal. Rex had taken the blast for her. The world vanished into stillness. No more noise, just her racing heartbeat, and the hot breath of Rex against her wrist, as if to say, "You're still alive." Ashlyn clutched his neck, voice raw. "Good boy, Rex. Good boy. My hero." It wasn't the first time Rex had saved someone. In just 4 months, he had detected 5 anti-tank mines, warned of 2 ambushes, and once brought down a suicide bomber sprinting toward their supply convoy. His record had earned him a nickname across the unit, the Sand Ghost, because no one ever heard his steps, they only saw his signal, and a life spared. Ashlyn and Rex were a perfect match. They didn't need many words. A look, a breath, the twitch of a finger, and the other would know. She often slept beside him during night shifts along the border. When the distant shelling echoed in the dark, only Rex's steady breathing by her side could ease her into sleep. She once thought, "If there's one being who truly understands me on this battlefield, it's Rex. Not because he was a dog, but because he listened, with his whole heart." Until the day it ended. The day they were recalled to Central Command. It was a searing hot morning when Ashlyn was summoned. She didn't know why, just that someone from Command had arrived, carrying a list, a reallocation list. Rex's name was on it. Your K-9 unit will be transferred to the Advanced Tactical Retraining Program, the officer announced, as if reciting numbers from a chart. They want the top performers. Rex is one of them. Ashlyn felt her blood drain. She pleaded, begged to keep him. But all she got was a cold shake of the head. Orders are orders. You no longer have operational authority. Rex was taken the next day. No goodbye, no final embrace, no chance to whisper, "I'll come find you." All Ashlyn saw was the armored truck rolling out of the gate, kicking up a storm of dust, and behind the mesh window, Rex's eyes. Wide. Searching. She stood there, clutching the name tag in her hand. The last thing Rex had ever brought her, snatched proudly from the training yard as if to say, "Look, I found what you lost." The wind swept through the camp. Flags snapped under the scorching sun. But for Ashlyn, the world had gone silent in the most painful way imaginable. A wound, so deep, it didn't bleed. Only cold. And emptiness. No one truly knew what happened after the armored truck rolled out of the base. To everyone else, it was just another routine transfer. But for Ashlyn, it was the day she lost her closest comrade. And for Rex, it was the day everything began to break. The Advanced Tactical Reconditioning Center TRC Vanguard Hidden, deep inside an abandoned military-industrial zone in Colorado, a place where programs were run off the record, where war dogs were no longer given names, but numbers, classified as biological weapons, not living partners. The man in charge was Marcus Vance, a former Special Ops officer dishonorably discharged after multiple allegations of cruelty toward both soldiers and canines. Vance didn't believe in loyalty. He didn't believe in emotion. To him, only two types of beings belonged on the battlefield: those who could kill without hesitation and tools that obeyed. Rex was sent to TRC Vanguard with a file stamped High-Tier K-9, Superior Reflexes, Candidate for Special Conversion. No Ashlyn, no gentle voice calling his name in the morning, no hands to hold his face or rub behind his ears, only cold cement floors, blinding fluorescent lights, and Vance's bootsteps echoing down the sterile halls. Training began on Rex's second day. A sealed chamber. Gray walls. No windows. He was strapped to a control rig, an electric collar secured around his neck. Every time he disobeyed, even if he stepped the wrong way, a shock was triggered, searing down his spine. Vance stood behind a one-way mirror, holding the remote, a cold smirk on his lips. Let's see who you're still loyal to now. No name, no praise, no gentle eyes. Only sirens, flashing red lights and jolts of pain whenever Rex hesitated. Day after day, time became meaningless. Rex didn't know why he was there, didn't understand where Ashlyn had gone, didn't know why doing what he thought was right meant punishment. All the combat reflexes he had learned, shattered, then rebuilt, not with trust, but with fear. Every time Vance's boots approached, Rex would retreat into the corner of his kennel, letting out a faint whine. But he never barked, never bit, not because he was afraid, but because somewhere, deep inside, he still clung to one fragile belief. This is just training. She'll come for me. She promised. But Ashlyn didn't come. No one did. Only Vance. Cruel, patient, systematic, crushing every piece of Rex's soul through repetition. Rex began to change. He no longer responded to his name. The light in his eyes dimmed. The sounds that once made him wag his tail now signaled pain. Once, another dog collapsed during training. Rex quietly approached, gently licked the blood from the pup's face. Vance entered the room, said nothing, pressed the shock remote directly to Rex's neck, 3 times, until Rex convulsed on the floor, eyes rolled back, foam at his mouth. No empathy, no weakness. Vance's voice was cold steel. "You're a weapon, not a pet." After that day, Rex never approached another dog again. He ate in silence, trained in silence, existed in silence. They could condition his body, override his instincts, strip away his name. But there was one thing Vance could never reach, and perhaps never understand. Memory. About a woman with brown hair tied back, a gentle smile, and eyes warm as campfire light in the desert. The one who used to sit beside Rex every night, brushing his coat and whispering words no one else could understand. But him. The one who once said, in the softest yet most certain voice, "I'm not leaving you behind." Every night, when the kennel lights went out, Rex would still keep his eyes open, staring into the void. And in his mind, one familiar sound would echo. Down! And deep within, beneath the armor that Vance tried to forge around him, there was still a place untouched. A shard of memory, a promise, a flicker of light. 3 months since Rex had arrived at the facility, his name, Rex, no longer appeared in any official records. He was now K947B, engraved on a cold metallic collar. No one called him by a human voice. No pats on the back, no praise. Only commands, sirens, red lights, and well-timed electric shocks. Rex had stopped resisting. He no longer growled when restrained, no longer clawed at the cage door, no longer approached anyone. He simply obeyed. Attack at 3 short whistles, stop at a yellow strobe, lie completely still at the red light, even if there were screams on the other side. The body was still a soldier. But the mind had been crushed under the weight of precise, relentless control. That day's drill was a simulated night assault. Rex was released into a mock training ground, shrouded in darkness, only heat signature targets visible, mimicking slow-moving intruders. 3, 2, 1. The door opened. Rex darted in like a shadow. No sniffing, no pausing, just sound, motion, strike, end. 3 targets down, under 10 seconds. An impressive number. Vance nodded behind the glass, pressed a button. The gate on the far side opened. "Return!" Rex turned. No hesitation, no tail wag, no waiting for approval. Just a smooth retreat, procedure complete. Observers whispered, "That one's a weapon now, not a dog anymore." They were right. Rex no longer looked at anyone with those old eyes. He no longer sought acknowledgement, no longer waited for love. He no longer saw himself in any reflection. If this place even had mirrors, he'd forgotten what it felt like to be called by name, forgotten what it meant to be held under desert stars, forgotten the words, "Good boy, Rex." But every night, when the lights shut off and the sounds of training receded like a tide, Rex would open his eyes. He didn't know why he did it. There were no commands, no reason. He just couldn't close them. And in that stillness, in the whistle of air through the vents, in the thick darkness pressing in on all sides, he heard something strange. In his head, a voice, software so soft it felt like breath. "Down!" No shock followed, no whistle, just a word. Familiar. From nowhere. But real. And with it came her face. The soldier with brown eyes, hair tucked neatly beneath her helmet, and a voice steady, even as bullets screamed around her. She hadn't vanished. She was still there. In a place Vance could never reach. A place with no coordinates, no electric collars, no reconditioning. A fragment of memory, where he was still Rex, still a good boy, still a partner, still a dog who had a name, One day, during a routine drill, Rex suddenly froze. The signal lights were on. The whistle blew, but he didn't move. His eyes locked on something in the empty space ahead. There was nothing there. No target, no command, nothing that required action. Just for a moment, he thought he heard it. "Rex, come back." The shock came instantly. His body jerked sideways, crashing to the floor. The system flagged it as a response delay. His profile was updated. "Command interference, isolate for retraining." Vance didn't get angry. He simply smirked. "Still some instinct left in there? Fine, I'll wipe it clean." Rex was placed in the isolation chamber. No light, no sound, no scent. Just white walls, sterile, blank, as hollow as his mind felt. But even when stripped of everything, even caged within 4 emotionless walls, he still heard it. "Down!" Even if it was only a whisper from inside himself. Even if it wasn't real. That was enough. To still be alive. The pickup truck rolled through the old wooden gate, crunching over a gravel driveway that led to a quiet clearing surrounded by pine trees. Nestled at the edge of town, this was the place Ashlyn Reed had poured every penny of her savings and veteran compensation into her dream of building a sanctuary for broken war dogs. She called it Haven Hollow, a quiet place where abandoned souls could learn to live again. The center was modest. Just one main cabin, 2 rows of clean kennels, a fenced running yard, and a small therapy room that carried the faint scent of peppermint oil. Everything was built with care, by hand, by heart. But today, Haven Hollow would welcome a special guest, and Ashlyn knew none of it would be enough. She opened the truck bed. Rex remained motionless inside the transport crate. His eyes didn't wander, not even to her. Head bowed, ears drooped like a stone carved in silence. Ashlyn unlocked the latch. "We're home, Rex." No reaction, no scratching, no growling, no resistance. He simply stood, stiff and slow, as though every joint had been sealed shut from months of confinement. Ashlyn led him to a private kennel. No chains, no muzzle. Everything was soft, safe, familiar. Inside was a padded bed, a bowl of warm water, and a small portion of boiled chicken, his favorite from their old unit days. She gently closed the gate. Didn't lock it. "You're free now, Rex. No one will touch you. I'm here." He didn't look back. He turned away, walked to the corner of the kennel and lay down, facing the wall. That first night, Rex scratched the door, not to escape, but because the darkness triggered something feral and buried. The sound of his claws scraping against wood echoed like the cry of a trapped soul. He whimpered. Not a bark, not a howl, just a thin, strained sound, like something stuck in his throat. Ashlyn didn't intervene. She sat outside her room, watching quietly through the infrared monitor. Her chest tightened each time she saw Rex circling his space, lost inside a maze without an exit. She knew reaching out now wouldn't help. Trust, once erased, couldn't begin with a hand. It needed time and distance. On day 2, the food bowl remained untouched. On day 3, he drank only water. On day 4, Rex began licking the floor, a known symptom in dogs suffering from post-traumatic depression. He clawed at his bedding, tore the fabric, then burrowed between the layers like he was trying to escape the light. Ashlyn brought a chair into the yard and sat a few meters away, facing the kennel. She read. She spoke aloud to no one in particular, or maybe to someone who used to understand. "You remember, don't you? The first time you found that landmine, I doubted you. But you were right. You were always right." No reaction, she continued. And that night in Tikrit, when I nodded off, you stayed up with your head on my stomach. I promised I'd find you. And I did. Every day she came. Every day she sat. Every day she told stories. This was no longer training. It was something deeper. A quiet journey to resurrect a soul. On the 7th day, Rex stepped out of his kennel for the first time. Unaided. Just a few steps. He sniffed the ground, then returned. No cheers. No, good boy. Just Ashlyn, lifting her gaze with a soft smile. Welcome home. That night she left the kennel door open, and for the first time, Rex didn't scratch. He lay still and slept. A deep, dreamless sleep. No growls, no flinching, no jolting awake. But even as the sun filtered through the pines the next morning, Ashlyn knew this journey was far from over. Some wounds cannot be healed by medicine, only by love. Slow, steady, and sometimes not from where you expect, but from a gentle voice. On the other side of the fence. The cabin Ashlyn rented stood beside a wide garden where wildflowers grew thick, and a weathered wooden fence separated the recovery center from a sparse line of homes beyond. It was the only part of town where children's laughter still rose in the evenings. It belonged to an old woman who grew lavender, and a 10-year-old girl named Lily. Ashlyn noticed Lily before she ever heard her name. At first, it was just a soft murmur drifting over the fence, right when the sun began to tip westward. Snippets of a fairy tale, spoken as if to no one, or maybe to someone unseen. And the little mermaid didn't have a voice, but she still wanted to save the prince, even though no one ever heard her. Ashlyn, gathering tools outside the kennels, looked up. No one there. Just the glimpse of a small head behind the fence, half hidden among lavender stalks. The girl didn't run. She simply sat, arms wrapped around her knees, eyes staring into nothing. A few days later, the voice returned. This time longer, clearer. Still Lily. Still stories about misunderstood dragons, foxes who refused to say goodbye, a unicorn with a broken horn who gave its last wish to someone else. Ashlyn sat quietly on the porch steps, listening without interrupting. Rex, as always, lay curled in his kennel, still unmoving. But Ashlyn noticed. Each time the voice floated across the yard, his ears twitched, subtly, almost imperceptibly, as if, somewhere beneath it all, he still recognized something that wasn't a command or a warning. One evening, while Ashlyn was refilling water bowls, she heard a soft rustle near the fence. Then a small, tousled head popped into view, blonde hair messy, eyes wide, holding a battered paperback book. "Do you have a dog?" The girl's voice was light as wind. Ashlyn turned, smiling. "Yes, just one. His name's Rex." "Why doesn't Rex bark?" Ashlyn paused, then shook her head. "He used to, but not anymore." Lily was quiet for a while, then she asked, "Is he sad?" Ashlyn blinked, then nodded. "Yes, very sad." Lily sat down by the fence, peering through the slats where she could just make out Rex's form, still as stone at the far end of the yard, facing away. "I know how that feels," she whispered. "My mom died when I was 5. I didn't want to talk to anyone after that. But I like telling stories. When I tell them, the sad things feel lighter." Ashlyn didn't respond, but something in her chest shifted. From that day on, Lily came every afternoon. She sat cross-legged by the fence, the book on her lap. She never called for Ashlyn, never asked for anything. She simply told stories. No one asked her to. No one taught her how. She just told them, in a soft voice, sometimes stumbling, sometimes breaking with emotion. There was a lion who couldn't roar. He was afraid of even the wind. Everyone laughed at him, until one day he roared to protect a baby rabbit. No one else heard it, but the rabbit did. Ashlyn let it happen. She didn't interfere. And in the far corner, Rex remained still. Unreachable, it seemed. But something began to shift. His ears no longer drooped entirely. When Lily reached a story's climax, he would tilt his head, ever so slightly. And one evening, when Lily paused mid-sentence, coughing softly, Ashlyn saw it. Rex lifted himself, barely, then lay back down. But it was something. That night, Ashlyn mentioned it over the fence. "Today, he moved." Lily smiled, eyes glistening. "I think he's listening. He just doesn't know if he can trust people again yet." Ashlyn glanced at the little girl, mud-streaked sleeves, tangled hair, and a gaze too deep for her age. "You really like dogs, huh?" Lily nodded. "They don't lie. So simple, so sharp." Ashlyn's heart skipped a beat. The next day, Ashlyn cleared a small patch of yard near the kennels. She placed an extra chair there, facing the spot where Rex usually lay. When Lily arrived with a new book, she didn't hesitate. She climbed the low fence, stepping inside Haven Hollow for the first time. Ashlyn said nothing. Rex looked up. Didn't growl, didn't retreat, didn't turn away. He just looked. Long. Deep. And in that fleeting moment, Ashlyn knew something inside him had cracked, the first fracture. And through it, light could begin to slip in. Each afternoon, as the sun softened at the forest's edge and tree shadows stretched like warm blankets across the fence, Lily returned. Always with a different story. Always with hope folded between the pages. At first, Lily sat on the little wooden chair Ashlyn had placed near the kennel. But it wasn't long before the girl asked to sit on the ground, where she could smell the grass, hear the dry leaves fall, and be just a little closer to Rex. "If I sit low, he won't feel threatened," Lily said, her voice soft as wind. "Dogs don't like being looked down on." Ashlyn only smiled. She had stopped trying to guide anything now. She let Rex's story unfold on its own, in a way she hadn't dared to imagine. "Today I'll tell you about the ocean. Okay, Rex?" Lily's voice came as the sun slipped behind the hills. She set her book aside. She didn't read. She spoke from memory, as if offering something deeply personal. "The ocean's not always blue. Sometimes it's cloudy. It crashes against the rocks, loud and angry. But sometimes it's still as glass. People say the sea is like a mother because it can hold everything the world throws away." Rex lay in the corner of the yard. Between him and Lily stretched a long shadow. Not far, but not near either. His face turned away, but his ears twitched. "Once I saw a little crab trying to escape a wave," Lily said. "The wave chased it, but didn't catch it. I think maybe the sea just wanted to touch it, not to hold it." Rex shifted slightly, not standing, just a faint movement in his front paw, as if adjusting. Ashlyn, standing a few meters away, didn't dare breathe too loudly. In the days that followed, Lily changed topics. Some days, she told stories about forests, about deer that hid in silence, about owls that only spoke when night was deep. "The forest isn't like the sea," she said once. "The forest keeps secrets by staying quiet. But if you listen long enough, you'll learn every creature in it has a reason for not making a sound." That day, Rex didn't lie down. He sat. He still didn't look at Lily, but his head was turned toward her, eyes wide open, ears alert. One afternoon, light rain fell. Ashlyn suggested Lily stay inside, but the girl pulled on a thin raincoat, sat beneath the awning, and kept telling stories. One time I wished I were a bird, not so I could fly away, but so no one could see my tears as I passed by. Rex took a step forward. No one coaxed him, no one called his name. He just stood there, silent, stopped less than 2 meters from Lily. She saw him, didn't gasp, didn't cheer. She simply sat still, nodded gently. "Hello, Rex." The most special day came one spring afternoon, when the wind carried the scent of lavender through the yard. Lily told a story Ashlyn had never heard before. There was a wounded wolf who wandered the forest. No one dared approach it. It growled, it lashed out. But then, a little girl brought it a red scarf, not out of pity, but because she too was hurt, just in a place no one could see. Rex stood only a few steps from Lily now. Still. Silent. Not snarling. Not retreating. He took another step. Then another, and stopped right in front of her. Lily didn't move. She lowered her book, rested her hand on her knee. And then, like a miracle, Rex lowered his head, rested it on her leg, not to hide, not from exhaustion, but as if to say, "I'm here. I heard you. I understand." Lily placed her hand gently on his head. Rex didn't flinch, didn't pull away. He simply closed his eyes. And for the first time, Ashlyn saw Rex exhale, a long, quiet breath, like wind passing through pine, as if he had carried something heavy for years, and was finally able to set it down. Morning at Haven Hollow began with a soft breeze threading through pine boughs, the scent of damp earth in the air, and sunlight slipping through the kitchen window, falling across the steel bowl in front of kennel number 3, where Rex had spent the past several weeks. Ashlyn placed the food tray on the ground, the usual boiled chicken, a bit of mashed pumpkin, a few slices of apple. She didn't expect much. Each day she'd prepared the same meal, and each day she'd carried it away untouched. But today was different. Rex wasn't lying with his back turned. He was already sitting upright when she stepped outside. Eyes open, ears perked, watching her hands. Not wary, not withdrawn. Just watching, as if waiting. Ashlyn set the tray down. Didn't call his name. Didn't give any command. She stepped back, sat on the wooden steps, far enough to feel safe. Close enough for him not to feel alone. Rex didn't touch the food right away, but he didn't look away either. He sniffed, then raised his head, looking toward the yard. Lily was walking in, same oversized green coat, another worn book in hand, this time Norse mythology. But today, Lily didn't start reading. She sat down, smiled at Rex, and gave a small wave. "I'm not telling stories today, Rex. Today, it's your turn." Not in words, not in looks, but in choice. Rex looked at her for a long time. Then, like an invisible thread finally snapped from his heart. He walked to the food bowl. 1 step, 2, 3, lowered his head, and ate. Not frantically, not desperate, but with slow, thoughtful bites, as if even he didn't quite believe what he was doing. Ashlyn didn't move. Her hands tightened around themselves. Her chest ached, not with pain, but with something bursting, silent, powerful, all the waiting, all the quiet effort, all answered by the softest clinks of metal against bowl, a symphony of healing in the place that had once been silent. After his meal, Rex stepped into the yard. Grass brushed his legs, but he didn't lie down, didn't curl into the shadows. He stood there, still, breathing. And slowly he turned, looked at Lily. One soft glance, one deep breath. And then his tail moved. Just once, but clear. Lily gasped, covering her mouth, eyes sparkling. He wagged his tail! Ashlyn couldn't speak. She stepped forward, not too close, and met Rex's gaze. It was no longer that dull, cold brown. It was a spark. A small flicker, like the first flame in a winter long thought dead. Rex stretched his neck toward her, sniffed gently at her fingers, then turned to Lily, as if waiting for another story. Ashlyn whispered, "Welcome back, my hero." That night, the lights at Haven Hollow stayed on later than usual. In the kitchen, Ashlyn prepared an extra meal. Out in the yard, Lily read aloud, her voice excited as she recounted the tale of Loki turning into a horse. Rex lay beside her, head resting on her legs, eyes half closed. And in the deepening dark, his breathing was steady, low, strong, like the drumbeat of a heart coming back to life. That afternoon, the skies over Fair Lake hung unusually low. Heavy clouds pressed down on rooftops, casting everything in a shade of cold gray. Ashlyn stood in the Haven Hollow kitchen, brewing coffee and glancing at the backyard camera. Rex was still lying on the grass, eyes half closed, but his ears were up, alert. A habit no soldier ever fully lets go of. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Ashlyn opened the front door to find Mrs. Grant, the elderly neighbor, breathless. "Ashlyn, Lily ran down to the convenience store. She forgot her wallet. I told her to wait so I could go with her, but she was already gone." Ashlyn frowned, reaching for her phone. And then it rang. A message from the store owner. "The shop is being robbed. A little girl is trapped inside." In less than 10 seconds, Ashlyn grabbed her coat, shoved the taser into her pocket, and rushed toward the gate. But before she could unlock it, crack! A loud crash from the back. She spun around. The rear fence had been blown open, planks shattered like something powerful had burst through them. And there, charging down the dirt road toward the town center, was Rex. Massive, steady, unstoppable. Ashlyn stood frozen for a beat. Then she understood. Rex had heard, and he was going to Lily. At Maple Stop, everything unfolded within minutes. A masked man had entered, blade drawn, just as Lily stood alone at the register. She instinctively backed away, clutching the storybook she hadn't yet paid for. "Don't move! Back up!" He barked at the cashier, waving his knife. Lily froze. She didn't scream, didn't run. She had been taught how to stay calm. But this time, her legs refused to move. The man spotted her. His eyes narrowed, voice sharp with rage. "You, come here! You deaf or what?" He advanced, knife swinging in threat. Lily stumbled backward until her spine hit the shelf behind her. And then, smash! The front glass exploded into fragments. A shadow burst through the broken frame. No hesitation, no command, only instinct. And a single objective. Rex. He roared, a sound Ashlyn thought had been lost forever. Not just a growl, not a bark, but the cry of a soul set free. The man turned, too late. Rex leapt from the ground, a blur of power and focus. Thud! They crashed to the floor. The knife flew from the man's grip, skidding across the tiles. Rex didn't go for the kill. He bit down on the man's shoulder, just hard enough to hold. Pinning him. No more, no less. Exactly as he had once been trained. Lily collapsed to the floor, clutching her book to her chest, tears streaming, but her eyes never left Rex. Not fear, wonder. Police arrived 3 minutes later. A staff member had pressed the hidden alarm behind the counter. Ashlyn burst in just in time to see Rex standing protectively in front of Lily, still growling softly, eyes locked on everyone entering the store. Officers raised their weapons. Ashlyn lifted both hands. "Stop! Don't touch him! He's not a threat!" One officer recognized her, and Rex. They lowered their guns. "That dog saved the girl?" Ashlyn nodded, voice breaking. "Not that dog. That's Rex." Lily was examined. No injuries, but she said nothing. She simply sat beside Rex, one small hand resting on his shoulder. And Rex? He didn't move. He stayed right there, eyes slowly closing, as if he understood. It was over. For the first time, surrounded by flashing red and blue lights and a crowd of strangers, Rex didn't retreat into silence. He lifted his head and looked straight at Ashlyn. That gaze held no fear, no pain, no doubt, only pride, like a soldier who had just completed his final mission. No medals needed, no applause, just to be trusted again. The news spread faster than anyone could have predicted. Just hours after the incident at Maple Stop, a grainy video surfaced online, security footage mixed with a shaky clip from a bystander's phone. Though the footage was blurry and chaotic, one thing was clear. A little girl being threatened, a man waving a knife, and a dog charging in like a living arrow, knocking the attacker to the ground. How a dog saved a 10-year-old girl. That was the first headline to appear on Fair Lake News, but soon it was everywhere. Reddit, Twitter, YouTube, even NBC's morning broadcast. There was one moment in the video that brought thousands to tears. After Rex subdued the attacker, he didn't run. He didn't cower. He simply walked over and gently laid his head on the little girl's leg, as if to say, "You're safe now." No one had trained him to do that. No one commanded him to risk his life. He simply chose to. Later that day, the Fair Lake police chief, an ex-firefighter in his 50s, stood before the press. "If that dog hadn't intervened, we can't say Lily would be safe today. He acted fast, with precision, with training and restraint. We suspect he's former military K-9. Behind him, Ashlyn stood silently. She didn't speak. Not yet. Because she knew. This was only the beginning. The next day, a journalist showed up at Haven Hollow, the first of many. "Ms. Reed, we're with the Daily Light. We've received reports that this dog, Rex, served in the military. Is that true?" Ashlyn looked at Rex, who lay quietly on the porch, eyes half closed but ears tuned to every sound. "I won't say a word, if all you're chasing is another viral headline." The reporter hesitated. "But if this is about justice, for dogs abandoned after war, then I'm ready to talk." The town of Fair Lake began to dig. Locals resurfaced old posts, forgotten forum threads about shuttered K-9 facilities. A few veterans recognized the name Rex-4791 on his tag. One anonymous officer wrote in a blog, "Rex was a legend in Delta 4, better at detecting bombs than machines. After the unit disbanded, no one knew where he went." Someone else commented beneath, "I remember the day Rex arrived at Vanguard. He kept looking back, like he was still searching for someone. Maybe it was her." Ashlyn read each line. Quietly. No anger, no triumph. Just a strange feeling, as if the lost pieces of Rex's memory were being returned, one, by the world itself. In every cafe, barber shop, and grocery store across town, people talked about Rex. "That ain't instinct, that's loyalty. Did you see his eyes? He didn't kill the guy, he protected. He didn't let go. That's not just a dog, that's a soldier." Within a week, Rex had become Fair Lake's unofficial hero. Photos of him sitting beside Lily were plastered on bus stops. In thick marker, someone had written, "We won't forget you." Ashlyn knew it was time. She couldn't let someone else rewrite this story. Couldn't let Rex be labeled a hero dog, only to be forgotten once the media frenzy died down. One afternoon, she called the local TV station. Not to tell a fairy tale, but to speak a truth no one had dared say aloud. Rex is a veteran, and he was betrayed. 3 days after the robbery, the gates of Haven Hollow were no longer quiet. Journalists came. TV producers, animal welfare groups, even a group of student reporters. They came for the story of the dog who saved a girl. But they stayed for something deeper, the questions that rose like the hidden mass beneath an iceberg. Was Rex a military dog? Why was he left in an abandoned training facility? Why was a warrior found chained, starved, forgotten? Ashlyn heard them all. But she didn't answer. Not yet. Not because she was afraid, but because she was waiting for the right moment. That night, she sat at her desk and opened a small wooden box, one she hadn't touched in years. Inside were the remnants of a past she'd once tried to bury, a copy of the Delta IV unit file, a handwritten letter from the team captain, a photo of Rex with a small medal around his neck, and the transfer document sending Rex to a special reconditioning center, signed by Marcus Vance. She held each item in her hands, turning them over slowly, as if facing them for the first time. Rex lay quietly at her feet. His eyes met hers, calm but no longer hollow. He understood. He was ready. Ashlyn leaned down and whispered, like a promise. "If they're willing to listen this time, I'll speak for you, and for the others like you." 2 days later, Ashlyn sat before a camera, across from the host of Voice of Veterans, a nationally aired program sharing untold stories of service. The camera rolled. The red light blinked on. Ashlyn didn't read from notes. She didn't need a script. She spoke with the firm, grounded voice of someone who had once stood in the dust and fire of war. "Rex is not a pet. He is a warrior. I met him in Unit Delta IV, deployed in the Middle East. He saved me from a landmine, detected 6 ambushes, took down a suicide bomber, and never once took his eyes off me, even when the bombs were falling meters away. I used to think it didn't matter if I was the only one who remembered Rex. But the truth is, he was erased, cut from records, stripped of his name, given a number, crated, shocked, retrained through fear, by a system too many pretend not to see." Ashlyn paused. She held up a photo. Rex in the field, strong, bright-eyed, ears proud. "This is Rex, a warrior, a soldier, a life that was loyal." She took out another photo. Rex, caged in a derelict kennel, ribs showing, eyes sunken. And this is Rex after reconditioning, after being discarded by the system, after being treated like military waste. "I'm not telling this story to be a hero. I'm telling it because I can't stay silent anymore. A soul like Rex and hundreds of other K-9 veterans out there deserve to be remembered as soldiers, not equipment. I'm not asking for a medal for Rex. I'm just asking for his name back. A name that once echoed through the battlefield. A name that once reminded me I was never fighting alone." The interview aired that same week, and the response was explosive. The hashtag #, Justice for Rex, spread across every major social platform. Animal rights groups, veterans communities, ordinary people. They all began posting photos of the K-9 partners they once served with, along with notes like, "I had a partner like Rex. I'm sorry I didn't speak up sooner." They can't talk, but they remember, and they hurt. The story broke beyond American borders. An international team of investigative journalists released documents linked to Marcus Vance, including a list of dozens of dogs sent into special reconditioning programs, never to be seen again. The scandal reached the state Congress floor. A female lawmaker stood up and asked, "If Rex hadn't broken through that fence to save a little girl, would we have ever known the truth?" Back in Haven Hollow, Ashlyn kept her quiet life. She declined all offers to commercialize the story. No sponsorships, no branded deals. She only added one thing: a wooden sign posted at the entrance to the sanctuary. It read, simply, "We don't train weapons, we heal souls." Beneath the words was a carved image of a dog. Head gently bowed, eyes full of light, tail in mid-wag, not a mascot, not a logo, but a being, a memory, a living witness, a warrior once forgotten, and now remembered by the world. The complaint was printed on pristine white paper, folded in thirds, and sealed in an ivory envelope stamped with the red emblem of the Fair Lake Veterans Law Office. On the first line, written in firm, unwavering strokes, "Petition for investigation and criminal prosecution of Marcus Vance, former commander of the TRC Vanguard Training Center, for acts of military animal abuse, human rights violations, and falsification of military records." Signed, Ashlyn Reed, former U.S. Marine Corps Sergeant. Witness, Rex, former Combat K. 9, ID number 4791. Ashlyn's hands no longer trembled like they had in the beginning. She sat upright in the modest office of attorney Michael Hale, a silver-haired man who had once handled legal complaints in military abuse cases. In front of them sat a USB drive. It contained a 4-minute, 17-second video, extracted from confidential files anonymously sent to Ashlyn after her televised interview. The footage was grainy, but clear enough. A dog tied to a steel rig, its body convulsing with each electric shock from a collar. Behind the remote, Marcus Vance, his face fully visible under maintenance lights. No shouting, no rage, just cold, mechanical presses of a button. Ashlyn had only watched it twice, but this time she didn't look away. "This is evidence," she said, voice low and steady. "Not just for Rex, for the dozens of others like him, those who can't speak, but remember everything." Attorney Hale nodded grimly. "With what you've provided, Delta 4 unit records, the transfer sheet to Vanguard, the footage, and Rex's current injury report, we can launch a preliminary investigation. But I must warn you." He paused. "Vance has deep connections, in security, in the military, and politics. He won't stay quiet. There will be retaliation." Ashlyn gently squeezed the leash in her hand. Rex lay by her feet, his head resting across her boot like a living shield. "I've stayed quiet long enough," she said. "And Rex, he's stayed silent far too long." The day the complaint was filed, Ashlyn walked into the Fairhaven County Courthouse in her old dress uniform. Not to make a statement, but to remind everyone, and herself, that she had once worn that uniform with pride, and her partner still stood with her. She submitted. First, Rex's full service record from Delta 4 unit. Second, official transfer documents to TRC-Vanguard. Third, medical images of injuries to Rex's neck and shoulder taken by an independent veterinary surgeon. Fourth, surveillance footage from the Vanguard Center. Fifth, post-trauma behavior analysis from a military animal behaviorist. 6. Testimonies from 3 former Vanguard personnel. Names withheld for safety reasons. She left one part of the form blank. Spoken testimony. Instead, she wrote, "This dog cannot speak, but he has lived. He has endured, and he has remembered it all. If his eyes are not enough as evidence, then we are not worthy of the loyalty he gave us. The case drew immediate attention. The military's Internal Affairs Unit launched an emergency investigation. Animal welfare organizations called for the immediate suspension of all K-9 retraining programs. The media headlined, "The first lawsuit in U.S. history against a military training facility for the torture of service dogs." Rex once again became a symbol, but this time, not for heroism, for truth. A truth that demanded to be heard, by any means necessary. Not long after the file was made public, Marcus Vance appeared before the cameras, not in his old military fatigues or tailored suits of the past, but with a meticulously polished look and a formidable legal team trailing behind him. His first statement struck directly at the public's heart. "I am a dog lover. I've dedicated my life to training four-legged warriors who protect soldiers in combat zones. I don't deny that Rex was once a K-9, but let's not confuse things. He is an animal. He cannot testify. He has no legal standing." A heavy silence followed. Then came the murmurs, a room full of reporters and flashes frozen mid-air. His attorney, Ellen Mortimer, a high-powered litigator who had once defended military contractors, stepped up, voice calm, sharp as glass. "If we begin treating animal behavior as admissible legal evidence, we are placing emotion above law. This system cannot run on sentimentality. This is not Hollywood. This is law." The next day, social media lit up with two polarized hashtags: Justice for Rex, a continued outcry for K9ES, and accountability. And It's Just a Dog, a counter-movement denying any moral equivalence between dogs and humans. Opinion pieces flooded in. Some urged, "Let the law decide, not the internet's emotions." Others mocked the case. If dogs can testify, what's next? Cats suing for abandonment? There are homeless veterans sleeping on sidewalks, and we're rallying behind a dog? Ashlyn read each line in silence. No responses. No online debates, no counters. Instead, she brought Rex to therapy. She met with veterans who had once served alongside K9S, and she began documenting their stories. One elderly soldier broke down when recalling his partner, Spike. "He held me when I lost half my leg. No one else did, just him, and he didn't have to." Meanwhile, Vance's legal team released a barrage of archival training footage: intense drills, loud commands, electric shocks, flashing lights, aimed to normalize the conditioning Rex endured. All within standard military protocols, Mortimer emphasized on national television. The military requires results, not emotions. Major media outlets joined the fray. Several conservative anchors raised questions. Is Ashlyn Reed politicizing an internal military matter? Is this a stunt to build her brand? Does Rex truly remember? Or is it just muscle memory? One nightly broadcast showed Ashlyn sitting beside Rex. Her eyes met the camera, quiet but unwavering. The caption read, "Warrior or tool, a battle beyond species." Even the once united town of Fair Lake began to split. Outside the courthouse, banners clashed. "Rex is a soldier, not a machine." We are the witnesses when the system falls silent. Across the street, animals are not people. Laws aren't written in tears. Ashlyn walked past them all. No arguing, no explaining. She just held Rex's leash gently in hand, and he walked beside her, silent, proud, gaze unwavering, because they had survived the battlefield. And they knew. Sometimes the enemy doesn't carry a gun. Sometimes they wear a smile and a tailored suit. The day of the trial arrived. And over Fairhaven, the skies hung heavy with clouds. Crowds gathered outside Courthouse District 3 from early morning. TV crews, journalists, animal rights activists, war veterans, and even those who had never cared about the military, stood side by side. Two banners waved at the entrance. One read, "Rex is a soldier," the other, "Law needs logic." Inside the courtroom, the air was thick with tension. Every breath felt heavy. Reporters filled the back rows, pens poised, recorders armed. Marcus Vance sat at the defendant's table, his face a mask of indifference, his gaze sharp, just like the day he once stood before hundreds of K-9s. Not to understand them, to command them. Ashlyn entered with her attorney, holding the leash tight. Rex walked beside her, not muzzled, not armored, just a dog with the gaze of a soul that had returned from the edge of the abyss. The heavy wooden doors closed behind them, and silence fell. No one asked for quiet, but everyone held their breath. Rex didn't bark, didn't growl. He simply stood, steady beside Ashlyn, eyes locked on Marcus Vance. And in a moment that stretched far too long, wordless, soundless, that gaze spoke everything. Marcus looked up and met those eyes. For a split second his lip twitched. No one else might have noticed, but Ashlyn did. Not fear, not panic, recognition. Rex remained still. His ears did not fold. His tail did not twitch. Only his eyes, sharp as survival itself, cut through Vance's polished exterior. Straight to the moments he had buried, the third shock, when Rex still tried to crawl toward an injured dog. That smirk he gave when Rex howled through his first starving night. That look wasn't a dog's. It was the gaze of someone betrayed, and still remembering. The trial began. Opening statements, rebuttals, exhibits were presented, but everything blurred, until the moment Marcus was asked to approach the living witness. "Mr. Vance, for behavior analysis, please step within 3 meters of the K-9 for recognition testing." Vance walked forward. Each step sounded like steel against stone. Rex stayed motionless. 1 meter, 2, then dash. Vance raised a hand, not even a touch, just a motion toward Ashlyn. "Growl!" The courtroom jolted. Rex lunged a half-step forward, yanking the leash. But he didn't attack. He didn't bite. He warned. Then, "Reap." The sound of tearing fabric echoed. Vance stumbled back. A gash tore across his designer sleeve, a cut like a verdict without words. Ashlyn pulled the leash gently and said softly, "Rex." Instantly, Rex backed away. Sat down. No more growling, no more howling, just heavy breath, eyes never leaving the man who once turned him into a shadow. Silence gripped the courtroom. The judge banged his gavel 3 times. No one spoke, because everyone had understood. No words needed, no interpreter, no affidavit. That gaze, that lunge, that torn cloth, they weren't the reflex of a wild animal. They were testimony from a warrior who remembered betrayal. Marcus never spoke again for the rest of the hearing. No one repeated, "He's just a dog." And Rex, returning to Ashlyn's side, laid his head on her foot, as if to say, "I've said my part, my way." The verdict was delivered on a late autumn morning, leaves strewn gold across the courthouse steps. Judge Granger, renowned for never raising his voice unnecessarily, struck the gavel, eyes not on the defendant, but on the files before him. "Marcus Vance, you are found guilty of organized animal abuse, falsification of military records, violation of military ethics, and long-term psychological harm to a military-owned K-9 unit." A beat. "This court sentences you to 15 years in federal prison, no parole. All K-9 programs under your authority are hereby suspended. All K-9 trained under TRC Vanguard shall be transferred to independent rehabilitation centers." Vance didn't protest. He only lowered his head. Not in remorse, but because he knew his time was over. In the days following the verdict, investigations were launched across multiple canine training centers that had once retrained discharged military dogs. Footage that had been hidden surfaced. Reports missing official stamps were uncovered. Dogs long erased from rosters were found, traumatized, injured, or worse, no longer alive. Former officers who had stayed silent began to speak. They told of howling in the night, of eyes that once lit up at the sound of a name, then dulled over the years behind cages. Rex's story had opened the floodgates, and there was no stopping the current. Within 6 months of the ruling, Senator Caroline Hale, daughter of a veteran who once served alongside a military dog, submitted a new bill to Congress, Rex's Law, the Military Working Dog Protection Act. Key provisions included officially recognizing K9S, who served in combat as honorary veterans, outlawing all forms of physically or psychologically harmful training, holding military units legally accountable for the treatment of K9S post-service, allocating federal funding for rehabilitation centers and PTSD support, allowing veterans to petition for custody of their former K9 partners when appropriate. The bill passed with 97% approval in its first vote, an almost unanimous consensus. Ashlyn did not speak at the congressional hearing. She declined every invitation. But on the day Rex's Law passed, she brought Rex to the steps of Capitol Hill. Not to enter, just to stand quietly beneath the fluttering flags. Lily was with them. She hugged Rex tightly and whispered into his ear, "No one gets to hurt you anymore." Rex wagged his tail, not wildly, but sincerely. Back at Haven Hollow, Ashlyn built a new wooden wall along the side of the center. On it hung a collection of dog tags, those of the fallen, the healing, the searching. In the center of the wall, carved into cedar, "We don't teach you how to fight. We help you find your way home." And beneath it, a small bronze plaque. Rex's Law, written not in language but in loyalty. Marcus Vance was transferred to a military correctional facility. He did not appeal. Once, a reporter asked him through the glass partition, "Do you feel any regret?" Marcus didn't answer. He only stared at the slit in the door, where sunlight never quite reached. Some said that ever since his imprisonment, every time a dog barked in the yard, Marcus would freeze like stone, motionless. No one knew what he was thinking. No one cared anymore, because history had been rewritten, not with closing arguments, not with plaques or ranks, but with a single look from a dog in a courtroom who spoke the truth no one else dared to face. Winter came early that year in Fair Lake. By 6 o'clock, darkness had already blanketed the sky. Dry winds rustled over the roof of Haven Hollow, sweeping across the porch steps where Rex used to sunbathe each afternoon. But now, his body lay quietly curled beside the warm wooden wall on top of Ashlyn's old blanket, beside a water bowl untouched, and 2 people sitting near. Ashlyn placed her hand gently on Rex's chest. His heartbeat was slow now. Software like someone lightly knocking on a window in the night. She had lost count of how many times her hand had rested there, on the heart of a warrior that once pulsed with command, with instinct, with adrenaline, in deserts, in chaos, in gunfire. Now it flickered like a dying ember beneath a hush of ash. Lily sat close by, clutching a storybook she hadn't opened. She'd stopped reading aloud days ago, not because the stories had run out, but because Rex could no longer hear them clearly. He barely ate, only drank water. Each trip to the yard left his legs trembling. "He's old now," the vet had said, "and he's lived more than any dog I've ever met." Ashlyn nodded. But inside, she wasn't ready, even though she knew. Rex had been ready for a while. That evening, the sun dropped behind the distant ridge, like the last red coal in the fire. Ashlyn moved a small bed near the window so Rex could look west, toward the sky where forest kissed cloud. He raised his head, his eyes clouded with age, but still seeing far. And then, slowly, they began to drift inward, back to the sands that never stopped blowing, back to paws pounding hot earth, to the shout of a commander, to silent marches under moonlit desert nights. He remembered how his chest swelled every time he caught a scent of danger, the push of his body when he threw Ashlyn clear from an explosion, the hurried hugs from soldiers opening mail from home, always breaking off a piece of cookie for him. He remembered the laughter, the weeping, and the ones who never came back. Connor, who stroked his head one last time before falling on the hill. Mila, the medic who tied red ribbons to his ear each time he found a living soul. And Jack, who once said, "If I die, you've got to make it home for me, okay?" Rex never understood the word die. He only knew they used to say his name. And then, never again. The wind curled through the cracked open window. Ashlyn pulled the blanket over him and whispered, "The wind only goes where the day ends, but you've already survived the storm, remember?" Rex exhaled, slowly, completely, not with panic, not with fear, just laying there, between the one who once led him through war and the one who had rekindled his will to live. Not everyone gets to die among those they trust, but Rex was exactly where he needed to be, and in those clouded eyes there shimmered a twilight sky, one where the souls of soldiers never really vanished. They had just gone ahead. And now he was preparing to follow. Night settled over Haven Hollow like a soft blanket draped across rooftops and birch trees trembling in the early winter wind. Inside the small living room, only the glow of a desk lamp beside the bed remained. The ticking clock on the wall echoed gently, like time itself counting down its final minutes. Ashlyn sat by Rex's side, her hand resting lightly on his neck, where once a heavy shock collar had sat. Now just soft, graying fur trembled beneath her fingers. Lily sat at the foot of the bed, hugging her worn-out stuffed bear, silent. The room was so still, every breath Rex took could be heard. Not heavy, not rushed, but slow, like the final note of a song. Ashlyn leaned down, bringing her lips close to his ear. Her voice was low, soft, like a summer breeze. "You saved all of us, Rex. You saved me from a battlefield no one could see. You saved Lily from a fear she couldn't name. And you saved others like you from being forgotten." She paused, her vision blurred. "Now, it's okay to rest. Will you?" Rex lay motionless for a moment, as if he'd heard, as if he understood. And then, very slowly, very gently, his eyes opened one last time. He didn't look at Ashlyn. He didn't look at Lily. He looked across the room, where Duke, the little brown rescue pup saved from an illegal trade, lay on the rug, head on his paws, wide eyes fixed on him. Duke had never served, had never known war or orders, but he had known hunger, had known fear, had known the cold silence of a wooden crate. He knew pain, and somehow, he knew. That gaze came from someone who had seen everything, and still remained standing. Rex didn't lift his head. Just one glance, deep, slow, as if to pass something on without needing words. Then, he wagged his tail. Just once, light as a blade of grass in the wind, but clear, a farewell, a legacy, a final look for the one who would carry forward. Duke didn't understand it all, But he rose, stepped closer, and rested his muzzle at the edge of the mattress, where Rex lay. Ashlyn didn't stop him. She let Duke stay, so Rex wouldn't go alone. His breaths grew shallow. No whimper, no tremble, no pain. Just tired. But when someone has lived long enough to fight, to forgive, and to love once more, tired is not the end. It's a return. The night wind slipped through the window. Ashlyn tilted her forehead against Rex's. Her voice was nearly a breath. "You've completed your mission, my soldier. You can go now. I'm here." And then, his heart stopped. No crying, no howling, only a single tear slipped from Ashlyn's eye onto Rex's cheek, and the lamp beside them glowed gently, casting soft light on the sacred moment between life and loss, between memory and presence. The room fell silent. But in that silence, there was peace unlike any before. The morning after Rex passed, Fair Lake's sky was unusually clear. Not a single cloud, not a whisper of wind. All of Haven Hollow was still, as if nature itself had bowed its head for a farewell without fanfare. Ashlyn rose early. She prepared everything in silence. No calls, no announcements. Only Lily knew. And Duke, still curled in the corner of the room, staring at the empty bed, where the last warmth had just departed. At the far end of the yard stood a birch tree, where Rex used to nap in the afternoons, beneath rustling leaves and golden light that slipped through the branches like gentle fingers tracing his back. Ashlyn had chosen that spot long ago, not for beauty, but for peace. She dug the grave by hand. No shovel. Each scoop, each press of earth, like a soldier digging a trench on the battlefield, not to hide, but to protect life. Lily placed sprigs of lavender along the edge. No wreaths, no framed photo, only a small wooden plaque, carved by hand, with plain, honest words. A soldier without a name, but a heart eternal. When laying Rex to rest, Ashlyn didn't cry. She simply brushed her hand over his ears, the ears that had once perked to warn of landmines, had once flattened in fear, and once reached skyward in hope. She placed a small gray bandana around his neck, the very one he wore on his first mission. Then beside him, a single stem of foxtail grass. "So you'll remember," she whispered. "Even in rest, you're still part of this sky." Lily stepped forward, placing her old teddy bear beside him. "If you get cold, you can hug this, okay?" Duke sat nearby. He didn't bark. He didn't dig. He just watched and wagged his tail, slowly, the way Rex once did. When the earth covered him, the sun had risen high over the treetops. The light struck the birch, making the wooden plaque shimmer, like a reminder without sound. Here lies a soul who was born a dog, but lived and died like a soldier. That night, Haven Hollow left the porch lights off. Ashlyn and Lily sat together in the quiet of the living room. Duke lay at their feet, then suddenly, he stood. Walked to the door, not startled, not barking, just lifting his head toward the sky, where a new star had just risen in the north. Ashlyn joined him, looking up. A breeze passed through. Not cold, not sharp, but gentle, like a final breath brushing her hand once more. She didn't speak. She just laid her hand on Duke's head and whispered, "He's gone. But you're here now. And I still believe he'll always be watching." Rex didn't need a monument. He didn't need a medal, because he lived forever in the hearts of those he once saved. The United States Capitol glowed in the early spring sunlight. The national flag fluttered against a cloudless sky, casting its shadow down the white marble steps where generations had marched in pursuit of freedom and dignity. Today, the footsteps of a soldier and a four-legged warrior would enter history in a way unlike any other, through a law named after one who was once forgotten. Ashlyn Reed, a veteran who had once chosen silence over pain, now stood at the podium in the Senate chamber. She wore no uniform, no medals, only a charcoal gray shirt and a thin chain bearing a weathered tag, REX-4791. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was steady. Every word seemed to echo across the chamber, settling not just in the walls, but in every heart that listened. I'm not here to ask for pity for a dog. I'm here to demand recognition for a comrade, someone who once saved my life, and then was left in silence for years. She paused, her eyes sweeping over the room, filled with senators, veterans, reporters, and humanitarian representatives. Rex couldn't speak, but if you had seen his eyes, you'd understand. Wounds don't need words to be real. They exist in every scar, in every shallow breath, in every night he curled into himself at the sound of footsteps. Behind her, the screen displayed images in sequence. Rex in uniform, beside Delta IV in the Middle East. Rex in the cage at Vanguard, gaunt, eyes hollow. Rex resting his head on little Lily's leg, the first time after trauma. Rex standing in a courtroom, staring at the man who had hurt him, and choosing not to bite. Ashlyn didn't turn. She kept speaking, calm and unwavering. We call them working dogs, live weapons, training assets. But let me ask you this. What asset hugs you when you cry? What weapon throws itself at a knife for a child it's never met? Rex doesn't need to be called a hero. He just needed to be called by name and treated like a life worth something. She stepped back. A still silence. Then, one by one, without cue or command, every person in the room stood. Not out of obligation, not out of routine, but because some moments in life don't need debate, only the courage to stand, so silence doesn't win again. That afternoon, after 6 hours of deliberation, Rex's law was brought to a vote in the United States Senate. The result, 94 in favor, 4 abstentions, 2 against. A landslide. The law passed. The first legislation in U.S. history to declare military dogs are non-human veterans entitled to humane protection. All forms of physically or psychologically harmful retraining are banned post-service. All K-9 receiving centers must perform regular health checks under certified animal psychologists. Dogs may be recognized as special witnesses in abuse-related legal cases. And most importantly, every dog shall be recorded by name, not a number. When the first printed copy of the law was handed to Ashlyn, she said nothing. She simply opened her wallet and pulled out a faded photo. Rex, tongue out, ears up, seated proudly among his unit, looking right at her as if to say, "We did it." Ashlyn smiled. She didn't cry. She didn't need to, because for the first time in years, Rex had been called by name. Haven Hollow, the following spring. New shoots peeked from the birch hedges. The scent of fresh soil and lavender drifted across the stone paths. From afar, the rustling of tails, scratching at wooden doors, and children's laughter rose in harmony. A living song, no longer silent. At the center of the yard walked a deep brown dog, steady gait, sharp eyes, tail wagging in rhythm like a soldier's march. It was Duke Rex's successor. He needed no training, no command words. Duke simply knew which new arrival needed space, who trembled in the corner, and when to just sit still, waiting for someone's gaze to meet his. A white dog named Orion, recently rescued from an abandoned facility in Nevada, scratched gently at his kennel door. Duke approached, not barking, not growling, just placed one paw softly on the wooden edge. Orion stopped. Duke wagged his tail. And that was enough. At the old fence, Lily, now taller, her hair longer, sat cross-legged on the weathered bench. No teddy bear in her arms, just a newly reprinted storybook titled Voices Without Words. Today I'll tell you the story of a red fox who didn't know how to forgive until he met a silent sparrow. Lily began. Around her, 5 or 6 dogs sat quietly, ears alert, eyes focused. And somewhere in that gentle breeze of spring, between pages read and tails swaying, a legacy lived on. Some dogs sat close by, others lounged lazily on the grass, but none walked away. Because that voice, it sounded just like the old storyteller's voice, the one a tired old warrior once listened to, head resting on Lily's leg, soaking in every word. At the far end of the yard, beneath the birch tree where Rex once rested, a large wooden wall had been built. No paint, no flashy decorations, only small photo prints clipped with steel pins. The dogs who had once been rescued, once terrified, once refused to eat, and eventually, once smiled. There was a photo of Max, the disoriented K9, now guiding a blind veteran. A photo of Luma, once starved, now part of a therapy program at an orphanage. And Milo, who once wouldn't let anyone touch him, now falling asleep each night with his leg draped over his companion. At the center of the wall, a framed portrait carved in wood. R.E.X., the nameless soldier with an eternal heart. Beneath it, a hand-etched message. If a dog can die for you, then he deserves to live as family. Ashlyn walked across the yard with a watering can in hand. She didn't command, didn't leash, didn't call. The dogs followed her like a troop, uniformless but united. Because here, every soul knew they were welcomed not for what they could do, but for simply existing. Duke came bounding up, dropped a long stick at Ashlyn's feet, then ran back to Orion, urging him into a game of tug-of-war. Ashlyn chuckled, shaking her head. Not as serious as Rex, but he makes you believe life always finds a way to go on? Each afternoon, sunlight spilled gently across the central courtyard, brushing over the wooden gate carved with the words, Haven Hollow, a place where even the voiceless are heard. On the bulletin board behind it, a new sheet was posted, pinned up by Lily. Neatly handwritten, tomorrow night, a bedtime story about a kind-hearted wolf. Everyone is welcome, as long as you know how to listen. Below that was a single paw print in black ink. Not Rex's, but everyone knew. If he were still here, he'd be the first to sit and listen. Late at night, the moon hung in the Fair Lake sky like a silver coin someone had dropped into the dark. The birch leaves rustled softly, and the wind chime on Haven Hollow's porch whispered like someone breathing a secret. In the small room beside the center's library, Lily sat at a wooden desk. Before her lay a pristine white sheet and a purple ink pen. The lamp's golden glow brushed her face, no longer marked by fear, as it once was. In the top left corner, Lily wrote her opening line. Dear Uncle Rex in the sky. She paused, then began to write. No edits, no erasing, just words, flowing straight from the days she had never quite spoken aloud. Dear Uncle Rex in the sky. I don't know if there's a post office up there. If there isn't, I hope someone sends this letter to you on the wind. Because there are a few things I want to tell you. I still sit in the same spot, by the fence, where you didn't look at me the first day we met. Now there are more dog friends. And Duke, he's really good. He's not aggressive, but he's serious enough that the new ones don't fight over food. I still tell stories. I've memorized more than 20 fairy tales. But every time I finish one, I look toward the birch tree where you rest. Not because I'm sad, but to make sure you're still listening. I remember being scared of you at first. You were so big. Your eyes looked so sad. but after you rested your head on my leg, I knew you wouldn't hurt anyone. You were just hurting inside. So was I. I lost my mom when I was little. I was scared of strangers. I hated talking in front of people. But since I started reading to you, I feel less afraid. I never told anyone this, but you were the first one who made me believe I could do something that mattered. Today, Ms. Ashland showed me the video of you in court. You didn't bark. You didn't lash out. You just stared. And that look changed a whole country. I think that's what bravery is. I used to think bravery was shouting, or fighting, or getting justice with force. But now I understand. Sometimes bravery is being still. Sometimes bravery is waiting to be understood, is forgiving, even when no one says sorry. Lily knew Rex was tired now, so she didn't ask him to come back. She only hoped he knew, since the day he left, she had changed. She had stood in front of the class and spoken. She had dared to hug trembling dogs. She had told stories without being reminded. And now she had written this letter without anyone correcting her spelling. See that, Rex? I've grown just a little braver. Her grandmother once said, "When someone truly loves you, they don't really leave. They just move to a place where they can see you more clearly and smile when you grow." Lily hoped Rex was smiling that way now, because the next time she sat beside a frightened dog, she would remember to place her hand gently on their head, just like Rex had once done for her. Lily set down her pen and took a deep breath. Outside, the wind still stirred. She folded the letter, slipped it into an envelope, and ran to the porch, where Duke lay curled up, his eyes half closed in the glow of moonlight. "Can you help me deliver this to Uncle Rex?" Lily whispered, tying the envelope to Duke's collar with a blue ribbon. Duke didn't understand the words, but he stood, wagged his tail once, then took off into the yard, darting past the birch trees, where the moonlight spilled like a quiet promise. Lily stood watching, her hand pressed to her heart. "Goodbye, Uncle Rex. I haven't forgotten. And I hope you haven't forgotten me." The small plaque on the memorial wall shimmered beneath the silver light. A dog who could not speak, but taught a little girl to love, to trust, and to be brave. The story had come to a close, but that gaze, Rex's gaze, would live on. In human hearts, in the light of night lamps, and in every step taken down the path he once opened, Rex's story was not just about a forgotten German shepherd. It was a silent epic of loyalty, forgiveness, and the power of love that speaks without words. From the fire-scorched fields of war to a courtroom pulsing with tension, from empty eyes to one final wag of the tail, Rex had shown the world that animals are not just pets. They are companions. They are witnesses to the best and worst of humanity, and sometimes they live more truthfully than people ever could. This story reminds us that loving animals is not a luxury reserved for the good. It is a responsibility of anyone still capable of compassion. Especially the German shepherd, intelligent, loyal, and brave. Each one a living soul who knows how to love, how to remember, and how to give. And if a dog like Rex could change the law, move a nation, and heal a girl who once feared the world, then any one of us, human or dog, can begin with something small. Believing in kindness. Because in a world full of wounds, the one thing still powerful enough to save us is unconditional love. The Arctic Circle, January 2025. in the vast, breathless silence of the Arctic night, where time itself seems buried beneath layers of eternal frost, a single flicker pierced the void, a tiny pulse, blinking on the thermal display of NORAD's remote monitoring station, like a heartbeat lost in the wilderness of white. It pulsed in and out, ghost-like, defiant, embedded deep in the snow-blind expanse of permafrost. The AO-77 military satellite had just transmitted a cascade of anomalous signals, intermittent, discordant, interlaced with image data that, to the trained eyes of the analysts, whispered of something profoundly unnatural. No storm, no tectonic event, no known machine. The analysts leaned closer, their faces lit by the pale glow of the monitor, exchanging looks that said more than words could manage. In over a decade of scanning the Arctic, nothing had ever looked like this. "What the hell is that?" a young officer breathed, eyes locked on the contoured shape hidden more than 60 meters beneath the ice, a metal silhouette with rounded edges, an elongated body nearly 70 meters long, both ends sealed like ancient secrets, and a pronounced dorsal ridge that unmistakably recalled the ghost of a forgotten submarine. 3 days of cross-referencing and repeated scans followed, each one carving deeper into the mystery, until a conclusion, like a fault line cracking through history, emerged from the cold. Y-2025, a German submarine lost in 1943. Far away in Boston, within the hallowed stillness of the Institute for Deep-Sea Archaeology, Dr. Elias Granger stood silently before a scale model of the Titanic, his hand resting upon the vessel's hull, as though listening for echoes from the past. He was a man who spoke the language of forgotten things, a scholar of clandestine wars and buried machines, whose work had taken him from sunken dreadnoughts beneath scorched desert sands to vanished aircraft in jungle tombs. Then the silence fractured. A call from the Pentagon broke through the veil of reverie, crackling with the weight of urgency. A voice, measured, grave, cut through without ceremony. "We need you. Now 2025 has surfaced." Elias exhaled, slow and heavy, as though the past had reached up to seize him by the collar. His eyes drifted, not in disbelief, but into the mist-shrouded chambers of memory. "That's impossible," he murmured. "Why, 2025 was a legend." Within the heart of a classified military intelligence center, a conference room cloaked in secrecy buzzed faintly with the cold light of tactical screens. The air was taut, thick with unspoken fears. And into that room walked Elias Granger, hair silvered by time, eyes dark with things seen and endured. Waiting for him were 2 others. Dr. Ava Kingsley, an Arctic biologist with eyes sharp as broken ice and a calm that masked a relentless mind, and Lieutenant Marcus Delaney, a Special Forces veteran whose left cheek bore the faded memory of war in the shape of a scar. "This isn't a standard excavation, Doctor." "Granger," said the colonel, his voice brittle with tension. "The Y-2025 vanished during a black classified operation. No distress call, no trace. And now it's surfaced, intact, beneath the ice. We need a team that can investigate this without shaking the world apart." The screen flared with a rotating 3D model, cold metal encased in ancient ice, each rivet and groove untouched by time. But it was the thermal data that drew Ava's brow into a frown. The strange curvature of the heat signature, almost imperceptible. But there, a dull glow, as if something still stirred inside. "Surface temperatures are -40, she said quietly. "But near the hull, residual heat, possible biological activity can't be ruled out." Marcus's eyes narrowed, fingers tapping the grip of his holstered weapon. "Then whatever this is, it never died, or was never allowed to sleep." A military transport plane tore through the cloud-thick sky over Alaska, its engines straining against the wind like a beast trying to outrun time itself. Inside, Elias sat by the window, watching the frozen sun skim the horizon with an expression lost somewhere between dread and awe. Beside him, Ava reviewed what little remained of the Y-2025's classified files, pages redacted to the bone, and Marcus, silent, methodical, cleaned his sidearm with the ritual of a man too familiar with death, not out of fear, but memory. When the aircraft descended onto the Polaris staging station, Elias stepped onto the ice for the first time in nearly 20 years. The cold clawed through his protective suit, but it wasn't the wind that chilled him. It was the palpable sensation that history itself was beginning to rise from its icy grave. Before them stretched a world without color, a sky the color of steel, antenna towers trembling in the wind, and an endless sheet of snow that seemed to lead nowhere and everywhere. A Norwegian officer approached and handed Marcus a tracking device. "We don't go near it anymore," he said flatly, "but the dogs won't leave. They just stay. They call them the Nameless Sentinels." Elias blinked. "Dogs?" The officer nodded. "Not strays. Canines, trained, tagged, serial numbers tattooed on their necks, as if they belonged to a unit." Ava's eyes turned to Elias, the curiosity gone, replaced by something colder, intuition. "Project Fenrir K9? Elias didn't answer, but within the haunted halls of his mind, a name stirred. Fenrir, the wolf of Norse myth, born to guard the end of days. As Arctic night fell like a curtain, a single transport helicopter surged toward the fracture beneath the ice, its cargo a scholar, a scientist, and a soldier. Beneath them, the lost vessel lay in silence, swallowed for nearly a century. Around it, tracks that had never faded, footsteps that had no end. The chopper's blades sliced through snow-thick fog, descending toward a makeshift landing pad. Elias disembarked first, his gaze sweeping across a barren expanse where nothing lived, only wind and ice, and the heavy imprint of something old that refused to be forgotten. Ava followed, notebook clenched, eyes scanning every crack, every curve of ice for a sign the earth had moved. And Marcus came last, his hand resting on the butt of his pistol, not out of need, but habit. The kind of habit that only comes from walking the edge of death. Their camp stood 300 meters from the wreck. That very night, Elias sat alone in the command tent, the dim glow of radar screens and declassified war maps flickering around him. The original 1943 patrol routes had been reconstructed, faded, and incomplete, but he read them like a man reading ghost stories etched in blood. Something was wrong. The Y-2025's trajectory didn't align with Atlantic patrols. It had deviated, deliberately. Not a military strategy, not evasion, a search. It had been looking for something. Ava sat beside him, her gloved fingers delicately turning the brittle pages of a faded dossier, the kind that carried the scent of dust and secrets. Her voice was low, nearly swallowed by the cold. "Look at this line. An entry from the journal of a submarine engineer, Emil Klosser, written in October of 1943. We don't know where we're going, only that the orders came from the very top. Even our commanding officer wasn't allowed to ask questions." Elias nodded slowly, his breath curling into white tendrils in the frigid air, as if the truth itself had been exhaled. "Then it's exactly what I feared," he murmured. "This wasn't a naval operation. This was something else." That night, as the wind whispered like old ghosts across the Arctic plain, the temporary radar station swept the area surrounding the submarine's frozen tomb. Ava, seated before the thermal imaging monitor, froze mid-scan. Something blinked in the northern quadrant. Movement. Brief, calculated, then gone again like breath on glass. "Elias," she whispered, not daring to raise her voice. "We've got motion." Elias leaned forward, eyes narrowing. There it was, a soft arc of orange snaking around the hull. It wasn't an animal. The path was too deliberate, too restrained. Nor was it human. There was no steady body heat, no sign of breath. It moved like a phantom on patrol, cloaked in silence too deep to be natural. Marcus stepped into the tent, his entrance casting a flicker of shadow across the data screens, the overhead lamp catching the pale scar across his left cheek. "I just finished a sweep," he said, voice low. "Didn't see anything, but—" He paused, eyes darkening. "It felt like something saw me." Ava's gaze remained on the screen. "It's circling us, not closing in, not retreating, watching." By morning, the sky had soured to a deeper gray, as if the heavens themselves were holding their breath. The team began their approach toward the wreck. The ice beneath their boots was dense, solid like marble, yet it bore cracks, thin and wandering, like the footprints of time. Not fresh, not new, but recent enough to unsettle. Elias dropped to one knee, brushing frost away from what first seemed like a deformity in the surface. But then he saw it, clear as a fossil in stone, a footprint, large, arched, with sharp claw ridges and deep heel impressions, a shepherd's gait. But it wasn't the paw print that stole his breath. It was what lay beside it, a length of steel chain, rusted and stiff with age, and on it, barely visible, the faded outline of a coded marking, FK 903. He turned to Ava, his voice hoarse. "Project Fenrir K9 isn't a theory. They were here, and they might still be." Ava didn't speak. She simply lifted her gaze, slowly, almost unwillingly, toward the icy ridge across the distance, and there, still as death, stood a figure. Dark, tall, a silhouette carved in black fur and cold wind. A German shepherd. Towering. Head high, spine straight, eyes blazing with silent intelligence. It didn't bark, it didn't move, it simply watched. Later that afternoon, Elias returned to the tent, the cold following him like a shadow. He spent hours poring over a faded reproduction of the journal of Captain Franz Albrecht, a partial copy extracted from declassified wartime archives. Each line trembled in his hands like prophecy. "We were ordered not to stop, not to ask, not to report. We sailed toward encrypted coordinates beneath the white sea of ice. I don't know what lies there, but once we passed 85 degrees north, our instruments began to fail. The compass spun. Radios fell silent. And there was a sound beneath the hull, like breathing." Elias turned to the last page. His fingers trembled, not from cold, but the weight of history pressing back. "November 2nd, 1943. We saw them. Not men, not beasts. Eyes glowing, waiting in the dark. They didn't attack, they didn't leave. They waited. That night the radar scanned again, but this time it wasn't a single anomaly. It was 5. Ava stared at the readings, her voice barely audible, as though afraid sound itself might awaken something. "They're multiplying, and it looks like they've surrounded the wreck." Marcus reached for his weapon, but Elias raised a hand and placed it gently on the soldier's shoulder, shaking his head. "Not to strike," he said. "To stand watch. We're not being threatened. We're being warned." Outside, the wind wailed like a forgotten lullaby, threading through cracks in the ice like the breath of something ancient. And in the heavy blackness beyond the tents, they began to appear. Pairs of eyes glowing in absolute stillness, not close enough to touch, not far enough to ignore, watching, waiting, as if guiding the intruders not to danger, but to a truth humanity was never meant to find. Elias Granger closed the old journal with hands that trembled not from the cold, but from the clarity of what he now understood. That every step they took forward was not merely an expedition, but a collision course with memories the world had buried, yet never laid to rest. At dawn, under a sky frozen into shades of slate and silence, they departed the research outpost. 6 tracked snow vehicles, heavy and low to the ground, carried drilling gear, mobile weather stations, and most of all, men and women bearing questions for which history had never written answers. Elias rode in the lead cabin, eyes fixed beyond the frost-laced window, as if searching for something he'd already seen in a dream. Ava sat across from him, clutching a fresh satellite map, marking survey points with steady precision. Marcus, silent as always, checked weapons, tested radios, but said nothing. Outside, the wind howled in pulses, primal and unrelenting like the roar of a world before humanity. The path they carved into the wilderness had no name, no trees, no birds, no sound but snow and silence. By late afternoon, they pitched camp in a vast, frozen valley, less than 12 kilometers from the wreck. 4 specialized tents were arranged in a crescent, the command tent at the center, humming faintly with radar signals and thermal scans. Elias remained bent over the map, fingers tracing a dim outline in the bottom right corner. A forgotten mark from a 1943 military chart. Strategic exclusion zone. High-level biological clearance required. No one ever explained why that designation existed, he muttered. There was no satellite intel back then. And yet somehow, they knew this place wasn't meant to be touched. Ava looked up, her voice thoughtful, not skeptical. Or maybe they didn't want anyone else to know what they touched. Night falls fast in the Arctic. At 2:17 a.m., Ava was the first to wake. It wasn't wind, it wasn't shifting snow, it was breathing, low, guttural, faintly wheezing through the fabric of the tent wall. As if something stood just inches away, its nose pressed to the nylon, drawing in her scent. She unzipped the tent slowly, almost reverently, as if the act itself might summon whatever it was that had been waiting out there all night. Stepping out, her boots sank deep into the thick Arctic snow, the cold biting into her ankles like teeth, while the wind lashed across her face, not like a breeze, but like blades drawn by unseen hands. Still, Ava stood perfectly still, her breath shallow, ears straining against the howl of the wind. Something was moving. Not far off, just beyond the edge of the encampment, under the sickly, wavering light of the outpost lamps, she saw it. A footprint, bold and heavy, stamped cleanly into the frozen crust. Then another, and another. She knelt down slowly, her gloved fingers hovering above the mark. A dog's paw print. But not just any dog. It was massive, unmistakably defined. Strong pads, deep claws, the arch precise and unwavering. She had studied hundreds of species adapted to snow, tracked beasts across polar tundras, and cataloged their every print. But this one belonged to only one type of animal, a military German shepherd. Canine class, the kind bred and trained for warfare. Ava turned sharply, her voice cracking the silence. "Marcus! Elias!" Marcus was on his feet in under 3 seconds, weapon ready. Elias stumbled out from the adjacent tent, eyes still blinking against the glare of his headlamp. Ava pointed toward the snow, her voice steady but low. "You see this? That's not a stray, that's a canine. This is Project Fenrir." The 3 of them circled the tracks in silence, the prints forming a wide arc that encircled the camp with chilling precision. No scatter, no hesitation. The path was clean, deliberate, as if it were a patrol route. Marcus muttered, "How many?" Ava scanned the snow, her breath slow, her thoughts racing. 8 different sets, maybe more. But this wasn't a wild pack. They moved with intent, tactical formation, like a unit. Elias stared out into the pale blur of the Arctic beyond, saying nothing, but in the silence between them his heart already understood what his lips refused to voice. These creatures were not here by chance. They had come for the ship, and for what lay sleeping inside. When the Arctic sun finally rose, a slash of cold gold bleeding across the ice, they returned to the command tent. The thermal radar had captured the movements from the night before. 8 signals circling the camp, always stopping just at the edge, never once crossing the line. Ava zoomed in on the trajectory. Look at this pattern. That's not hunting behavior. That's a patrol route. Elias flipped open the captain's declassified logbook. We've been watched since the second night. No shadows, only tracks come morning. They never come aboard, only circle. But precise, predictable, like sentries. That afternoon, one of the recon vehicles failed, its engine stalling roughly 2 kilometers from base. Marcus and a young engineer named Theo were sent to assist. But when they arrived, they found something stranger than a breakdown. On the frosted windshield, dusted like breath on glass, was a single claw mark. Diagonal. Deliberate. Not damage, but a sign. Marcus scanned the empty white. Nothing. But a deep, visceral sense wrapped around his chest, an instinct older than language, that someone or something wanted them to know it was there. And it was watching. That night, as the wind screamed over the canvas and the cold turned blood to stone, Ava sat alone beside the tent, the flickering station light casting shadows across her face. She flipped through grainy photographs from 1943, pulled from long-buried military archives, one of them showing, barely visible, 6 German shepherds standing at attention before the submarine. Y-2025. Eyes sharp, spines straight. Each wore a leather collar, stamped with cold precision, FK 901-02-03. Her fingers brushed the photograph. Outside, in the deathly silence of a night that remembered too much, she knew they were still out there, those 4-legged shadows, patrolling as they always had, as if they had never left their posts since that fateful day, over 80 years ago. She sat in stillness, her heart slowing to a rhythm that felt less like her own and more like an echo, an ancient pulse beating from a time long past. From her jacket, she withdrew a small encryption key, temporary clearance, level 4, issued by NORAD for the expedition. She slotted it into the handheld decoder and typed the phrase, Project Fenrir K9. The screen flickered. Much of the data was redacted, blacked out like memories too dangerous to recall, but what remained chilled her deeper than the wind ever could. Project Fenrir K9, initiated, 1941. Commander, Colonel Eric Lang, SS Sonderdivision. Objective, develop a specialized K9 unit trained to guard ultra-classified assets of scientific value beyond current human comprehension. Ava read each line slowly, the words heavy with meaning. Then came the behavior report excerpt. Subjects selected not only for strength and navigational skill, but for memory retention, capable of following complex combat directives for years without retraining. Final command. Do not retreat. Do not abandon post. Do not disobey the protection order. This was conditioned into reflex through extreme behavioral programming. Thus, Fenrir became the only unit capable of Omega-level asset protection, without a living commander. Then came the line that stole the air from her lungs. Units FK9-01 through FK9-12 were deployed with submarine Y-2025 in October 1943. Objective, guard unidentified artifact, classification, beyond human threat. She didn't move. Outside, the wind picked up again, this time accompanied by soft, almost imperceptible scraping, as if something padded lightly along the edge of the tent. But Ava wasn't afraid. Not anymore. She understood, at least in some primal part of herself, that they were not here to harm. They were still keeping a promise, a vow forged in the dark, sealed in obedience, and held across decades that had forgotten them. The next morning, Elias called Ava into the command tent. "I want you to see this." He pointed to a black and white photograph. 6 German soldiers standing rigid, expressionless. At their feet, German shepherds, still as statues, not loyal, waiting for orders. "This photo," Elias said, his voice tinged with reverence and something colder, "was retrieved from the SS archives, dated 1943. Look closely. What do you see?" Ava leaned over, her eyes scanning the grainy image as if searching for a voice hidden behind the static of time. She pointed, slowly, to the collar of one of the creatures captured in black and white. Embossed marking, FK 901. "Exactly," Elias whispered, as if that single code carried the weight of everything they feared to confirm. "And this is the translated section from the latter half of Captain Albrecht's journal, the part I finished decoding last night." He unfolded a faded photocopy, its ink smudged by age and the trembling hands that had once penned it. "Fenrir are not ordinary dogs. They do not bark. They do not play. They were born to guard. They sleep when unnecessary and awaken the moment we draw near the containment vault. I've begun to wonder, do they understand what they're protecting? Better than we do?" Ava clenched her gloved fist, a chill running deeper than skin. "I think Fenrir 01 is still alive." At that moment, Marcus entered the tent, his expression dark and contemplative, his eyes carrying the weight of something freshly disturbed. "We just came back from a recon sweep of the western perimeter, found new prints. The ice is soft there, fresh layer, but the indentations are deep, evenly spaced, precisely 300 meters from camp, half-circle formation, and beside them, signs of digging." Elias froze mid-thought. "Digging? Searching for what?" Marcus met his gaze with unsettling steadiness. "I'm not sure. But here's what matters. Every footprint was canine. No human prints. None." That afternoon, the snow began to fall. Not in flurries, but in a soft, grainy drift, like powdered salt scattered from the hands of something ancient. Ava made her way to the site of the dig. Kneeling slowly, she brushed back the snow with her gloved hand, revealing a shallow depression in the ice, and beneath that, a collar. Leather, dark with time and half-crusted with frost, but still intact, and engraved upon it, unmistakably, FK 901. She lifted it with a reverence usually reserved for sacred relics, her breath caught somewhere between grief and awe. There was something in her chest, an ache, wordless and tender, that felt like mourning, but also respect. These creatures hadn't needed commands. They hadn't awaited orders. They had chosen to remain. From that frozen night in 1943 until now. That evening, beneath the humming lantern light of the command tent, Elias opened Albrecht's journal again. One final passage remained, an echo across 8 decades, a whisper from the brink. "I hear them pacing every night. No one commands them, no one calls. They don't need us. But they know. We need them. I'm beginning to believe that when the world forgets, only Fenrir remembers." Ava murmured from her corner, eyes gleaming with something unspoken. "And they're still here, not just guarding artifacts. They're guarding memory, oaths, and something we've never been ready to face." Outside, where snow and silence wove a world apart, a shadow moved. 4 legs, no sound, no warning. Just the weight of a single step, following a trail it had never stopped walking. 80 years of vigilance. Fenrir had never left its post. And perhaps it never would. The next morning, the team departed before the light had a chance to breathe through the overcast sky. Most of the heavier equipment was left behind, replaced with only what was essential: handheld scanners, a portable radar array, and 3 backup firearms. The Arctic sun, veiled behind a wall of dense cloud, cast no warmth, no guidance. It hovered like a ghost swallowed by storm, and the world below fell into a haze of silver and silence, where even the wind felt like it was holding its breath. The snow vehicles moved slowly, their treads rumbling over the ice like the heartbeat of something vast and buried beneath. The sound was low, guttural, as though the ocean of ice beneath them had begun to murmur. Elias sat in the front cabin, hands interlocked, his eyes staring ahead, unblinking, unwavering, as if each meter forward brought him closer not just to the wreck, but to something buried inside himself. Ava sat just behind him, her eyes glued to the radar screen, where orange pulses marked topography and ice strata. But at the heart of the display, precisely where the submarine should be, there was a void. Black, empty. No return, as if the technology, in its cold logic, simply refused to look there, as if something beneath the ice had erased its own shadow. Coordinates: 86 degrees, 14 minutes north, 41 degrees, 39 minutes east. At exactly 11:37 a.m., they stopped. Before them stretched a plain of pure ice, so flat, so unblemished, it could have been mistaken for glass fogged by the breath of centuries. But at the center, jutting from the white like the rib of some prehistoric beast, rose a dark, frozen mass, half submerged, half emerged, a silhouette like the corpse of a leviathan trying to breathe through the crust of eternity. By 2025. The submarine lay there in haunting stillness, entombed but untouched, a monument to a war that had never ended, a coffin not yet closed. Time had failed to erode it. The cold had not broken it. It stood, whole and waiting. Elias stepped forward first, his breath uneven, his hands trembling, not from the Arctic wind, but from something far colder. Awe. Not a single dent, he whispered. No signs of collision. The hull, it's nearly pristine, like it never left the shipyard. Ava reached out, laying her hand on the icy metal. It was freezing, but not lifeless. There was something beneath the surface, some pulse, slow and ancient, that hadn't yet exhaled its final breath. Marcus, meanwhile, didn't look at the submarine. He was watching the horizon, and then he saw it. The wind shifted, pulling the fog into thick drapes across the valley. Ava turned, sensing the change, and caught Marcus staring into the distance, his hand slowly lowering toward his holster, not in panic, but in instinct. "What is it?" she asked softly. Marcus didn't speak. He took one step forward, then another. His boots crunched through the crusted snow, each movement deliberate, cautious. Then he raised his hand, pointing. Ava turned. And there it was. A figure. Four-legged. Motionless. Standing in the mist like a sentinel from another age. It did not move. It did not flinch. Its ears stood tall, and its posture was carved from stone. A German shepherd stood before them, large, powerfully built, its coat a dark cascade of black threaded with hints of silver, like moonlight trapped in midnight fur. But what stopped Ava cold, what stole the air from her lungs, was not its size or posture. It was the eyes. Gold. Unblinking. Still as a frozen lake, yet cutting through her with a precision that bypassed flesh and bone to reach the trembling center of her heart, like a blade that didn't pierce skin but carved silence into the soul. Elias moved beside her, his steps slow, uncertain, as though he were approaching not a creature but a memory long buried. And then he stopped. Fenrir 01, he whispered, the name escaping his lips as if he had never believed he'd speak it aloud again. Ava turned to him, her voice low but urgent. How do you know that name? There was a pause, long enough for the wind to rise around them like a warning, before Elias replied, his voice wrapped in awe and dread. Because I've seen it before, in a photograph that was never meant to be seen. It was the leader, the first to be trained without a handler, the prototype for the entire project, and it was never officially recorded as deceased. The dog didn't move. But there was no doubt in its stillness. It knew they were there. It had known for some time. Not aggressive, not afraid, merely present in a way that felt almost sovereign, as if its existence had fused with the very mission it was born to uphold. A sentry who had stayed so long, it had become part of what it guarded. Ava stepped forward gently, as if every sound might shatter the fragile air stretched between them. It doesn't bark, doesn't growl, doesn't attack. Because it knows we're not a threat, Elias said quietly, but the moment we cross the line... Marcus finished the thought, his voice like gravel. It will do what it was programmed to do. Protect. At all costs. A sudden gust swept across the wreck, snow swirling like smoke, and then Fenrir 01 turned, not with fear or retreat, but with the calm assurance of something that had always known its next step. It walked, not hurried, not hesitant, but with the measured grace of a guide, not leaving, but leading. It moved around the far side of the ship's hull and stopped, waiting. Ava looked to Elias, uncertain. It wants us to follow? Elias answered without looking at her, eyes locked on the still form of the creature. Not because it needs us, but because it thinks the time has come for us to understand. So they followed. The ice beneath their boots creaked faintly, sharp, brittle notes echoing like footsteps through time. Mist curled around their legs, but it could not obscure Fenrir's path. Each paw print was perfect, deliberate, as though pressed into the snow by a ritual repeated every day for 80 years. They came to a narrow fracture in the ice, a rift unregistered by any radar sweep. Fenrir 01 stood at its edge, eyes still fixed on Elias. Down there, Ava hesitated, her voice trembling on the edge of something vast. Elias stepped forward, knelt, and shone his flashlight into the crack. Beneath the ice, buried almost completely, was a small steel hatch, cold and ancient, its surface etched with the faint, ghostly marks of old German script. Sonderlager. Do not open, do not break. Beneath lies what mankind must not possess. Elias placed a hand gently on the freezing metal, a reverent touch that knew what it was brushing against. This isn't part of the wreck. This is a vault, and Fenrir was ordered to protect it, no matter the cost. The dog didn't react. But in its eyes, in the stillness of its body, there was something deeper than threat. There was waiting, not an ultimatum, a crossroad, a fracture between truth and choice. You stayed, Elias whispered, almost to himself. You stayed here for 80 years, just to make sure no one ever opened this. Behind him, Ava's voice was quiet, almost broken. So, if we open it, what happens to the world? Elias said nothing. Because even he, the man who had stood at the edge of death sites forgotten by history, could not say he was ready to know. Fenrir 01 stood in the snow, unmoved, its breath slow, visible in the cold, watching, guarding, and in some inexplicable way, forgiving. If only mankind knew when to turn back, the crossroad had arrived. The question was no longer, can we open it? But should we? Elias stepped back, not out of fear, but because he felt something no satellite, no map, no textbook could measure. A boundary not marked by coordinates, but by conscience. A line invisible yet undeniable, where human will brushed against the outer edge of morality, and found itself being judged by something no longer entirely of this world. Fenrir 01 turned once more, stepping lightly into the mist, its paw prints etched in the snow like a message left for the living. Ava watched, her eyes wet with something she could not name. "We have to know," she said, "not just to unlock history, but to understand why they're still here, guarding what humanity chose to forget." Elias didn't respond with words, but he nodded, not in agreement, but in surrender. Because now, there was no turning back. Back at camp, the team initiated a full georadar sweep of the terrain surrounding the wreck. They deployed ground-penetrating radar, GPR, slicing through layers of time compressed into strata, each level of ice a record, a frozen timestamp carved by the Earth's breath. Helena, Ava's assistant, leaned close to the monitor as the first results came in. "Oh my God," she murmured, barely audible. Elias approached. The screen showed closed, concentric curves, patrol loops, again and again, overlapping with such precision they resembled the inner workings of a colossal clock that had ticked in silence for 8 decades. Marcus frowned. "No way. Those are the same tracks? How many layers?" "At least 70, Helena replied. "Each one matches a winter, a year." Ava pointed at the data. "Every year, a new loop. But what's strange, none of them overlap randomly. They match. Perfectly." Elias sank into a chair, his hands tightening slowly. They walked the same path. No deviation, no error. From one generation to the next. The following day, they drilled deeper, into the ice from the year 1963. And there, like a memory preserved in glass, was a footprint. Deep, sharp, unmistakable. Ava crouched, placing her hand gently atop the frozen print. It was large, clear, and identical to the print she had measured just days earlier, the one belonging to Fenrir 01. "This can't be," she whispered. "No dog lives that long." Elias looked at her. His eyes didn't blink. "Unless they're not just dogs." That night, as sleep settled over the camp and silence curled around the tents like a blanket of frost, the radar pinged again. Motion. Ava was the first to wake. She threw off the covers and turned on the screen. Patrol paths. Again. But this time, something had changed. She zoomed in slowly, her breath catching in her throat as the image sharpened. Not into clarity, but into mystery. There it was, unmistakable in its singularity, a footprint, strange and unfamiliar, unlike the known patterns etched into the snow from previous nights. It appeared alone, at the outer edge of the restricted zone. It did not return the way it came. It simply stopped, as if something had stepped forward and never looked back. Fenrir 01, or had another generation begun? The next morning, beneath a sky too pale to be trusted, Elias led Ava and Marcus back to the fracture site, the same place where, just a day before, the sealed steel door had rested in stillness like a heartbeat long stopped. But now, Fenrir 01 was gone. In its place, surrounding the heavy steel hatch, was a new pattern in the snow, an unbroken patrol circle, evenly spaced, perfectly measured. No irregularities, no hesitation, a deliberate ritualistic path, as though someone or something had walked the long night to complete a final rite. Ava knelt without a word. Silence blanketed the air like snowfall. She pressed her gloved hand into one of the fresh prints. It was warmer, sharper, still vibrating faintly in the wind, like a pulse not yet stilled. "They're not just walking," she whispered. "They're remembering. Once a year, every year, they rebuild memory with their bodies, with their steps, with their breath." Elias looked at her, voice cracking with something deeper than words. "To make sure the world never forgets." Later that afternoon, the scout team uncovered a fragment of dried hide, half buried in the ice at the valley's edge. On its surface, faded but unmistakable, was a trace of paint, FK 911. No longer whole, but enough to know a previous generation had fallen here. Marcus's voice was low, reverent. They died. But the mission didn't. Ava nodded, her gaze distant, steady. And the next took their place. Same path, same circle, same oath. Night fell. They sat together around a small ring of electric lamps planted in the snow, each face lit with a soft glow that did little to push back the cold, but enough to remind them they were still human, still here. No one spoke. For a long while, silence became its own kind of language. It was Elias who finally broke it, his voice hollow but alive with something new. "I used to believe that archaeology was about uncovering the past," he said, eyes unfocused. "But now I know. Some memories don't live in books. They live in footsteps, in gazes, in living beings who chose not to forget." Ava turned away, blinking fast, though whether from the cold or something deeper, even she didn't know. "Fenrir 01 didn't survive 80 years, she said softly. "It was passed on, from eye to eye, from paw to paw, like bloodline, like duty." And beyond the warm circle of lamplight, in the hushed snowfall that shimmered like breath turned to ash, the shadows began to move once more, four-legged sentinels pacing through the dark. No words, no sound, no end. A circle, silent, unbroken, alive, like the quiet heart of something sacred that humanity once held dear and lost. The morning rose in eerie stillness. Not a breeze stirred, not a whisper moved across the endless plains of frost. The ice lay smooth and flat as glass, unblemished, as if the night before, with all its footprints, its movements, its memories, had never existed. Only a silence remained. A silence so absolute it felt as though the earth itself was holding its breath. Elias stood at the ice's edge, eyes fixed on the monolith rising from the deep. Y-2025, the lost submarine, the final trace of a mission history had never dared to speak aloud. 3 engineering teams moved into position, their machines hissing and clicking against the cold. Thermal drills, stratified ice cutters, seismic sensors, all erected around the hull like the tools of surgeons operating on a body long frozen in time. Under the precise coordination of Ava and Marcus, layer by layer, the icy tomb was peeled away. What had once been sealed in myth was now unfolding before them, not as wreckage, but as revelation. And then it was there, fully exposed. The submarine stood nearly untouched by time. No cracks, no breaches, no evidence of battle or storm or error. Elias approached, slow and reverent, his gloved hands trembling as they reached out to brush against the cold steel of the hull. Though flecked with age, the body remained intact, smooth, undistorted, resolute, painted along the flank, faded but still legible, Y-2025, Kriegsmarine. He stepped back, eyes wide, voice quiet as snowfall. "It wasn't sunk," he said. "Not by failure, not by pursuit." Ava's voice barely rose above the wind. "Then why did it stop here? And why? Did no one ever leave?" Elias turned his gaze toward the hatch, where the technical crew was preparing hydraulic pressure to crack the final seal. "Maybe," he said. "They were never allowed to." It wasn't until late afternoon that the hatch gave way. A sharp clack, like the closing of a book no one had finished reading, echoed through the valley. The heavy steel door groaned open, a rush of air spilled out, dense and moist, thick with the rot of years that had never touched sunlight. It smelled of iron, of time, of memory. Marcus entered first, flashlight slicing through the darkness. The beam ran over rusted pipes, faded gauges, ancient control panels, until it came to rest upon the command deck. Elias followed, and froze. They were still there. Each one. Every one. Frozen, but whole. The entire crew, at least 27 men, still seated at their posts, hands resting on controls, eyes either closed in slumber or left open to eternity. No one had collapsed, no one had fled, no signs of struggle, only stillness. Ava stepped in behind them, hand covering her mouth. "Oh my God." She approached one figure, perhaps the navigator. His hand was still on the compass dial, his expression peaceful, not twisted in fear, not clenched in pain. It looked as though he had simply drifted off. Elias knelt by the nearest body. He touched the collar of the uniform, then shone a light across the man's face. No decay, no trauma, no sign of poison or suffocation. "No biological response," Elias murmured. "No defensive reaction. Nothing that explains why they died." Ava touched the radar screen, still faintly lit despite the power source long expired. "I've seen frozen bodies before," she whispered. "Natural cryopreservation in the Andes. But this isn't that. This looks like they fell asleep an hour ago." Then Marcus raised his light. And they saw it, carved into the inner hull, ragged and desperate. "Do not open. We were wrong. Forgive us." Silence fell. Elias read the words aloud, voice cracking. "We were wrong." He exhaled long and slow, then looked out at the motionless figures, still adorned with names now worn by snow and time. Schmidt, Hauer, Klosser, Albrecht. But in the very center of the submarine, on the captain's chair where command should have reigned, there was only emptiness. Ava swept her flashlight across the dim rear of the vessel. "Where's the command deck?" Elias rose slowly, his eyes shadowed with something heavier than thought. "Maybe he died somewhere else." And so they stood there, unmoving, in the paralyzing cold of a chamber suspended in time, surrounded by men who had not fallen, but remained upright, locked in place, frozen not just by the ice but by duty, by orders that had never been rescinded. No one had left their post. No one had broken the chain of command. Elias reached out and laid his hand gently on the back of one of the sailors. "I don't know what you saw, or what you were asked to guard, but I hope, at the very least, that you found peace." But deep down, he knew those words weren't entirely true, because if the patrols outside still walked their silent circles, then perhaps, just perhaps, the mission hadn't ended. Not in the hearts of men, but in memory. In the dogs. In the inherited silence of creatures who had never disobeyed a single command. In the blackened depth of U-Boat Y, 2025, where life had stopped but time had not yet withdrawn, a chill slid up Ava's neck, like the whisper of a forgotten thought. She turned. Nothing. But somewhere beyond, in the white roar of fog that coiled outside the hull, came a breath. Deep, long, resonant, as if drawn not from lungs but from memory itself. And Ava knew. They hadn't just found the ship. The ship had found them. The captain's quarters were sealed behind a rusted iron door, locked in by a thick wall of ice, as if even the air had been forbidden to enter. It took the team nearly 3 hours of controlled thermal cutting and careful drilling to melt the years away, until finally the ancient door gave way with a groan, like the sound of time breaking open. Elias was the first to step in. He paused at the threshold, not from fear, but as if reluctant to disturb the stillness, an almost sacred quiet that clung to the small room, no larger than a monk's cell, a space meant for one life, or one death. At the center stood a wooden desk, warped slightly by age but still intact, and on it, placed with reverence, untouched, lay a weathered leather journal beside an inverted Luger pistol, barrel down, as though turned away in final restraint. There was no body, no blood, only silence, as pure and overwhelming as prayer. Ava entered behind him, her flashlight illuminating the yellowed pages. Elias lifted the journal in both hands, as if he were holding an artifact pulled from beneath history itself. The embossed name on the cover was still faintly visible. Franz Albrecht, Kapitänleutnant, U-Boot Y-2025. He opened it carefully. The handwriting was strong, meticulous, spanning each line with the control of a man accustomed to order. October 4th, 1943. We have received orders to depart Kiel. No route disclosed, no response to any transmission. Destination: encrypted coordinates in the Arctic Circle. No explanation, no questions permitted. Elias read slowly, each word pressing into his chest, like a weight rediscovered. October 12th, 1943. Compass deviation has begun. Instruments unstable. Strange lights on the ice. Movement at night. Patterns we cannot trace. No clear sightings. Orders remain. Proceed forward. Ava clenched her hand as Elias turned to the next page. The writing began to shift. Faster, sharper, as though the author were struggling to stay balanced between clarity and encroaching fear. October 18th, 1943. Schmidt requested permission to inspect a fracture near the starboard hull. He didn't return, but by morning, his footprints remained. One direction. No blood, no cries, no scratches, but beside his prints were claw marks. Large, not wolf, not bear. I'm beginning to believe something is watching us, waiting, not hunting, not moving close, just standing, guarding. Ava looked at Elias, and in her eyes was a grief too complex for a name. Fear, yes, but also a kind of awe, and beneath it all, a thread of sorrow. We're walking into a loneliness no one ever returned from, she whispered. Elias nodded slowly, then turned another page. The paper was damp, but the writing remained legible. October 24th, 1943. We have found the artifact, a black stone chest, seamless, no hinges, no lock, and yet it is warm. Even in -40 degrees it radiates heat. When I touched it, I heard something, not sound, thought, as if something touched back. I ordered it sealed. No one slept that night. Marcus, standing at the hatch, murmured, "This is where the collapse began." Elias said nothing. October 28th, 1943. Fenrir has not moved from the artifact. All 6. They do not sleep, they do not eat. They stand, silent, forming a circle. I no longer approach. There is something inside it. Something they understand more than I ever could. They are not dogs. They are the memory's hand, the guardians of a structure older than us all. The final page. The handwriting now trembled, ink smeared, as though written with hands unsteady in the final hours. November 2nd, 1943. I have ordered the vessel sealed. We are not leaving. Fuel is gone. The radio is dead. But that no longer matters. They are waiting. Not wolves, not dogs. Fenrir does not leave. We are the error, and I leave this as my last entry for whoever finds it. Do not open the chest. Let them guard it. Because if the door opens, what is imprisoned is not merely a thing. It is a fragment of mankind's memory, one we were never meant to remember. Elias closed the journal with both hands, and for a long time said nothing. Ava sat down beside him, the cold of the submarine's long, dead breath seeping through the metal walls and into their bones. Around them, the silence was sacred and heavy, not empty, but full, like the hush that follows a final prayer. Here, in this frozen chamber where 80 years had passed like the pause between heartbeats, they sat not in a control room, but in a graveyard without tombstones, a place where failure was remembered in claw marks, and life had endured through a loyalty so profound it could not be named. "Do you believe him?" Ava asked, her voice cracking, not from cold, but from the weight of everything she had seen. Elias nodded, slowly, each movement carrying the gravity of belief hard-earned. "I believe him," he said, "and I believe in Fenrir." Outside, beyond the hull, in a wind so thin it felt like memory itself, a howl rose from the deep distance, not of pain, not of rage, but of warning. Like a bell tolling against the walls of history, it echoed through the frost, a reminder that some truths must remain buried, not because they are unworthy of knowing, but because humanity is not yet worthy of knowing them. The following day, the team shifted their focus to the ship's underdeck, the cargo hold and logistical bay, sealed off from the rest of the vessel by 2 thick plates of steel, fused and stamped with the faint black insignia of the SS. Marcus knelt in the frost and brushed away the ice that clung stubbornly to the doorframe, revealing an inscription carved in deep German lettering. "Nur der Tod kann den Schlüssel tragen." Only death may carry the key. Elias exhaled slowly, the weight of those words pressing against his ribs. "We were never meant to be here." Ava placed a hand gently on his shoulder. "But we are here. Now." It took nearly 6 hours to open the door. The thermal drill had to be tuned to within a fraction of a degree to avoid cracking the ancient insulation. When the final layer fell away, it revealed a dark chamber, sunken in silence. The air inside was heavy, so thick it felt as though each breath drawn into their lungs might belong to a soul that had waited far too long to be released. Flashlights pierced the darkness, and then they all stopped. Frozen. Speechless. At the center of the cargo bay, ringed by rusted supply crates and sacks of mildewed fabric, stood a box. Not made of wood, not forged from metal. Stone. A monolith of obsidian black, polished to a mirror sheen, so dark it swallowed the light, and upon its surface were etched markings, neither symbols nor letters, neither art nor language. They were something else. A code, a geometry, a message from a mind that did not think like ours. Ava stepped forward, her breath trembling. She shone her beam across the carvings, then reached for her portable scanner, technology born of 21st century precision, and held it to one corner of the stone. The device beeped once, then fell silent. No match found. No record in any known linguistic system, Egyptian, Sumerian, Greek, none. "Not from any civilization we know," she whispered. Elias leaned down beside her, saying nothing, but his eyes, wide and haunted, betrayed what his voice could not. He had seen something like this before. Long ago, in the forgotten caves of Alta, where 40,000-year-old paintings clung to stone, unclassified, unnamed, and untouched by explanation. Marcus, keeping to the edge, scanned the room, and then he stopped. "Thermal alert," he murmured, staring at the monitor. But that can't be. The air around them read -42 degrees Celsius, but the surface of the stone box was warm. +5 degrees Celsius. No power source, no heating coil, no chemical reaction, just warmth, like breath. It's alive, Ava whispered, not as a hypothesis, but as a truth she felt in her bones. They placed their hands upon it, just for a moment, and each of them felt it, a pulse, so faint, so deep, it seemed to come from within the earth itself, not violent, not urgent, but steady, like a heart. Ancient, unending. Elias turned to her. "We haven't found an object. We've found a presence." Ava nodded. "It could be a technology. It could be biological. It could be a memory." Marcus circled slowly, one hand resting on his sidearm by instinct, not intention. He stopped when something small slid across the floor, carried by a stray draft from the open hatch. A thin metal card. He picked it up. Etched upon it, in stark, chilling clarity, Führerbefehl, nicht öffnen, niemals. Supreme command, do not open, ever. Elias sank to the floor, head in his hands, as though the realization itself had weight. "I understand now," he whispered. They weren't transporting an artifact. They weren't studying it. They weren't in control. They only did one thing. He looked up, his voice hollow. "They buried it." Ava stared at the stone, her eyes filled with something close to mourning, and left it to the dogs to guard the truth from us. Then, a sound, software barely audible, but unmistakable. Breathing, not from any of them, from inside the box. All three stood still, their own breath caught in their chests. Elias stepped back. His eyes locked on a single mark at the center of the lid, a circle entwined with a mirrored spiral like a DNA strand, but inverted, twisted against nature's design. He whispered, "It's not something we understand. And it's not something we should." Ava didn't blink. "I don't think it's a weapon," she said. "I think it's a memory." Elias turned. Whose memory? And Ava, eyes fixed on the living stone, answered without hesitation, "Not human." The wind outside began to howl, louder now, as if something ancient had sensed its seal weakening. Fog rolled in, thick and sudden, slipping through every seam like fingers pressing through the cracks of forgotten doors. And then, Fenrir 01 appeared, at the hatch. It didn't bark, it didn't growl, it simply stood there, watching. Its golden eyes gleamed like twin moons caught in eclipse, fixed not on the humans, but on the box. Elias stepped toward it. "You don't need to guard it anymore," he said gently. But Fenrir didn't move. Ava whispered, "No." "It knows. We're not ready. And maybe we never will be." The black stone remained closed. But with every passing minute, the air grew warmer, as if it had begun to wake. Outside, in the ever-whitening world, a new patrol began. Fenrir 01 turned, walked into the snow, each step a promise. And they, the scientists, the explorers, the bearers of modern knowledge, stood in silence, not before an artifact, but before a sealed gate forged from stone, from memory, from guilt, and from a primordial fear that still had no name. Because behind that door was not death. It was something alive, older than history, deeper than the nature of man, and should even one soul open it, memory would cease to be something we study. It would become something we run from. The cargo hold fell into a silence so complete, so consuming, it felt as though the last breath in the world had escaped from within that stone chest, and the air around them dared not stir again. No one spoke. No one moved. as if the mere scrape of a boot or a whispered word might be enough to summon a reality that could not be sent back, to unlock a door that would never close again. And then, Fenrir-01 stepped in. There was no growl, no bark, no frantic sprint. Only presence, solid as rock, still as midnight, and ancient as the very relic it had guarded for 80 unbroken years. Ava slowly lowered her flashlight, her gaze drawn to those golden eyes, bright, bottomless, and strangely unnatural in the way they did not reflect light, but absorbed it like an aperture opening into something far beyond comprehension. Elias stood beside her, his voice nearly inaudible. "He didn't come here to attack." Fenrir-01 walked past them one by one. No eye contact, no hesitation. It approached the stone chest, bowed its head slightly, and touched the edge of it with its nose, so gently it might have been a whisper across time. Just one touch, nothing more. And then it turned and walked away. Ava watched it go, a tightness forming in her chest, as if she had just witnessed something sacred. "That was a ritual," she murmured. Elias turned to her, brow furrowed. "A ritual for what?" Ava didn't answer immediately. She stepped forward, placed her hand gently where Fenrir's nose had touched. It was still warm, but not the same. "Fenrir didn't guard the stone to protect us," Ava said softly, eyes never leaving the black surface. "They didn't stay out of loyalty to humans, not out of obedience to military command, not for ideology." She turned to Elias, her voice firmer now, conviction rising like something long buried. "They preserved balance." Elias narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean?" "We thought Fenrir were guard dogs, programmed warriors, but they weren't. They were created, or chosen, to be wardens." She pointed toward the perimeter where those perfect patrol loops had been carved into the snow, year after year, generation after generation, without a single deviation. This wasn't training. This was inherited memory. Behavior stored not in muscle, but in blood, in instinct deeper than anything human science could ever reach. Elias nodded slowly, the weight of understanding settling across his shoulders. "We believed we were the authors of history," he murmured, "but maybe there are beings that exist only to ensure we never tamper with the parts we were never meant to write." That night, Ava sat alone outside the hold. Wind howled between the rusting antennae. Snow danced like ash in the beam of her light that caught nothing and everything. Fenrir-01 returned, but this time it did not come close. It remained at a distance. It simply watched. Quiet, heavy with something she couldn't name, and in those golden eyes, Ava saw it. Loneliness, not the loneliness of abandonment, but the loneliness of something that had seen too much, known too much, and remained even after everyone else had left. The next morning, Elias brought Ava a file, yellowed and brittle, from the restricted military archives he had copied in secret before leaving Berlin. Inside, there was a handwritten note, no author listed, no classification seal. Fenrir was not born in a lab. They were chosen, from those with the calmest temperaments, the highest intelligence, but something else, something different, as if they could sense what we could not. In every trial, FK901 was given two choices, attack or retreat, but it always chose a third, wait. And when placed near the stone chest, it did not leave. It did not eat. It did not sleep. It did not die. Ava finished reading, and something within her clenched, something that had no name. "Waiting isn't a behavior," she whispered. "It's a state, a role, and Fenrir, for 80 years, has lived a role that no one recognized and no one understood. That afternoon, as the research team continued scanning for temperature variations within the stone chest, they made a chilling discovery. There was no longer any energy signature, no warmth, no cold, no pulse, as if it had been appeased. Elias looked towards the exit hatch. Fenrir 01 was no longer there. Only its paw prints remained, clear, steady, unwavering, leading out into the snow. Ava followed them to the edge of the northern ice forest, where the fog swallowed the world. She stopped. She didn't call out. She simply stood there, staring into the vast unknown, into the place where something had walked away, continuing its watch over a truth mankind was still not ready to face. "Thank you," she whispered. Not like one speaks to a dog, but like one says farewell to a soul that had kept the world in balance, long before we even understood that balance was needed. Fenrir was never just a dog. Fenrir was living memory, the eyes of an ancient order. And those eyes, though no longer here, are still watching. The Arctic wind still howled, relentless, unwavering, though the sun no longer dared to climb high into the sky. It hovered just above the horizon, casting no warmth, only a pale, silver whisper across the snowfields, like the delicate shroud of a forgotten spirit stretched thin over a land too silent for human hearts to endure. Ice groaned faintly in the distance, brittle cracks threading through its ancient blue depths, and from far across the frozen plain, the ground itself seemed to breathe, slowly, deeply, not with the rhythm of anything alive by human measure, but with a pulse older than time, deeper than memory. That afternoon, Ava sat in the control tent, eyes fixed on the thermal imaging feed streaming in from the network of sensors and cameras positioned around the wreckage and the sealed cargo hold. For the first 12 hours, there had been nothing, just clustered signatures from the team, static cold, lifeless and expected. But then, at precisely 3:12 a.m., something appeared. A dim red blot, subtle, software but moving. It stirred beneath the ice floor, not fast, but steady, and it moved in spirals. Ava zoomed in, her fingers cold, not from the air, but from a sudden visceral knowing. This was not a creature, not an animal. It had no limbs, no edges, no core, just a shape of heat, blurred, breathing, deliberate, and it was rising. Toward the surface. Elias was summoned at once. He sat for a long while before the screen, arms folded, eyes distant, as if listening not to the data, but to a voice only he could hear. Something speaking across decades, across silence. "Whoever was buried," he said, his voice dry as frost, "is waking. Or maybe that thing we think is stirring is only an echo. Maybe the true presence left the stone a long time ago." Marcus stood at the radar station, scanning communication frequencies, when he noticed something wrong. All channels had begun to distort. Frequency 144.50, static. Frequency 190.00, low, rasping surges, like breathing stretched thin through old wires. Internal channel, collapsing. Voices of the team flickering, broken, then gone. Moments later, a new sound emerged. Not language, not voice, just a low-frequency pulse, repeating, slow, like a heartbeat. At 17:03, Ava collapsed. She had been in the control tent, transcribing the latest energy readings from the monolith, when her body went rigid, her heart rate spiking to 140, skin drenched in sweat, her breath locked behind a wall of nothingness. Marcus reached her first, lifting her into the makeshift medical bay. The monitor showed no external stimuli, no chemical trigger, No physical trauma, no allergy, no stress, only the body reacting. A few minutes later, Ava sat upright, pale, shaking, but aware. She looked at Elias. Her voice was weak but certain, each word carved from something deeper than fear. "I didn't hear anything, but someone whispered in my head, 'I am still here.'" Elias didn't flinch. "Artifacts don't need to speak in words," he said quietly. "This thing, it moves beneath language. It doesn't need to be opened by hand. It only needs to be remembered. Long enough, deep enough." He turned to her, eyes sharp with the kind of warning that feels like prophecy. "And you've looked at it for too long." That night, the thermal monitors around the cargo bay recorded an anomaly. The temperature began to rise, from -40 degrees Celsius to -25 degrees Celsius in 4 hours. No heat source, no leak, no generator, just the ice, beginning to melt. Marcus proposed sealing off the bay, but Elias shook his head slowly. "If it could be stopped by barriers," he said. "Those who came before us would have succeeded." Ava rose. Her breathing was steady now. Her voice was steel. "I want to go back down there," Marcus objected. But Elias nodded. "Go, but not with lights, not with scanners or cameras. Bring only your instinct." At 23:19, Ava and Elias re-entered the cargo hold. The stone monolith remained still, but the ice beneath them was damp now, coated in a thin, glistening layer of water, silent and glass-like, reflecting more than light. Reflected in it were their own silhouettes. And one more, not theirs. Its shape was uncertain. Blurred. But it had eyes, and those eyes looked back. Elias stepped closer to the monolith. Slowly he knelt, lowering himself like a man at confession. His voice was quiet, not submissive, not pleading, just human. "We are not enemies," he said. "We are only lost." Ava stood beside him, her hand resting on the lid of the monolith. It wasn't cold, nor warm. It was breathing. A long, low, steady pulse, felt not with ears, but through skin, through spine, like a resonance tuning their bodies to something vast, ancient, and unseen. Outside, for exactly 3 minutes, the Arctic wind stopped. Total silence. The exterior cameras captured it. The entire pack of Fenrir had returned, 9 of them. They did not enter. They formed a circle. They sat. They stared at the cargo bay. No howling, no movement, just presence. Living statues in a ring of watchful silence. Guardians of something deeper than truth. Watchers of a secret not meant for human eyes. Inside the dim, frost-covered chamber, Ava whispered, her voice barely more than breath, her eyes glistening, not with fear exactly, and not quite sorrow either, but with something older, something wordless, as though a memory she never lived was surfacing through her blood. I feel like it's remembering." Elias turned to her, his face shadowed with concern. "What is?" Her answer came cracked, thick with emotion that didn't belong to this moment alone. "The world before us. Something long forgotten, and it doesn't want to come back." But beneath their feet, the ground was trembling. Not violently, but slowly, deliberately. Something was moving beneath the ice, not rising but drifting, horizontally, as though a being was carving its way through solid frost, not to surface, but to bypass, to find another way. Elias stepped back, his heartbeat thundering like a warning from within. His voice broke as he looked at Ava, horror dawning in his gaze. "What if Fenrir wasn't guarding the chest?" He turned to her fully now, eyes hollow with dread. "What if It was stopping something else from finding a way out. And now, that something had begun to stir. Outside, the 9 Fenrir remained in their silent circle. Still, ancient, unshaken. They knew. They had always known. And now, finally, humanity understood. Not all memories are meant to be unearthed. Some, if returned, will not call our names. They will call the name of the price. As morning light crept quietly across the gray snow like a thin blanket laid over a sleeping world, Elias reopened the journal of Captain Franz Albrecht. Not searching for answers now, but for warnings. Clues buried in pages no one had ever read to the end. Page 27. The ink had partially bled from condensation. But the last line remained, etched deep as if written not with ink, but with the weight of final breath. Schmidt never came back, but his footsteps were there, leading one way, and beside him, something left marks. Not wolf, not bear, no claws, no paws, just 2 deep impressions in the snow, as if it stood for hours, unmoving, just watching. Across from him, Ava sat pale from exhaustion. She hadn't slept, not after what she saw in her dreams. White snow, endless silence, and a tall, thin shadow standing still, just a few dozen paces away. At midday, the survey team returned to the western quadrant of the wreck, the area noted in the journal as Schmidt's last known location. The night wind had stripped away the top layer of frost. And there they were. 2 impressions. Unlike any known animal, only 2 smooth, oval hollows. Deep, precisely spaced, roughly shoulder-width apart. But the edges were too sharp, too perfect, as if whatever stood there had no flesh, no skin, only pressure, raw and unfiltered, like a presence so dense it carved matter by stillness alone. Elias measured the spacing, 1.73 meters, exactly the average height of a European male. But the weight required to leave that depth would have been double. Ava knelt beside the mark. She did not touch. She only hovered her hand above, letting her body register what her mind could not explain. No drag marks, she whispered. No heel lift. No shift in balance. It didn't move. Elias looked into the empty white in front of them, his voice soft, almost reverent. So it stood here, all night, watching the ship. Just watching. Marcus arrived last, carrying a handheld magnetic resonance sensor. He began to sweep the area around the impressions. Suddenly, the device vibrated. Hard. A spike. On the screen, a burst of magnetic turbulence appeared. Violent. Erratic. As if some colossal electronic force had once stood precisely at that spot. But there was no metal, no heat signature, no radiation, only residue. The aftershock of a presence not made of matter, but heavy as if carrying centuries of silence and intent, a weightless thing that still pressed into the earth like a soul too burdened to lift. Elias stood frozen. Fenrir never left, he said softly, but something else came. Nightfall was swift. In the command room, interference flooded the communication lines again, but this time it wasn't static, not howling, not chaos. It was a signal. A steady, deliberate series of pulses. Morse code. Ava was the first to catch it. She jotted down the patterns, translated them into letters. The message was simple. 1 sentence. I've been waiting for you. Just a statement. Flat. Certain. As if it had been composed long before the team ever arrived. As if humanity's return had been nothing more than a box on an old calendar, already accounted for. Elias exhaled, the truth chilling his lungs. "We didn't unearth it," he whispered. "It let itself be found." Ava turned to him, her voice trembling. "Do you think the thing that stood next to Schmidt in 1943 is the same thing that left these marks?" Elias was silent for a long time. Then finally, with a weight that bent every word, "No, I think it never left." And then the lights in the main hold flickered. Camera feeds outside the station glitched. Ava froze one frame, 0.7 seconds. There, at the far edge of the screen, stood a shape. Tall, still, faceless, no head, no arms, no definition. Just a silhouette, an absence shaped like attention. And it was looking straight into the lens. Marcus took a step back, his chest rising and falling as if something inside him was being pulled. Not with fear, but with recognition. A memory he never lived, whispering as if it belonged to him. Ava didn't blink. She spoke slowly, not to anyone in the room. "We're asking the wrong question." Elias looked over, confused. Ava turned toward him, her gaze bottomless like a chasm filled with time. "Not, what is it, but what does it want from us?" Outside, the 9 Fenrir had not moved. The wind shifted direction. And deep beneath the snow, something was waiting to be remembered. 3:19 a.m. The Arctic night was so utterly silent that even the soft rhythm of a human heartbeat seemed to echo within the thin walls of the temporary research station, as if the air itself had grown heavy enough to carry the weight of things unsaid. Inside the tent, the cold blue pulse of biometric sensors blinked in even intervals, quiet, methodical, like lullabies for sleeping machines. Everyone was asleep, or at least trying to convince their restless bodies to rest. All except one. One man unzipped his sleeping bag, unlocked the tent door, and stepped into the snow. No sound, no word. Dr. Reuben Hale, neurologist, theorist, the man who once wrote his doctoral thesis on the psychological consequence of confronting phenomena beyond human comprehension. And now he understood. It wasn't that the artifact defied comprehension. It was that comprehension was never what it wanted. He walked with strange steadiness through the snow crust, boots leaving dark indentations behind him. His eyes were open, but distant, as if focused on a place no one else could see. In his hand, clutched tightly, was a single slip of paper. It had been written in his own hand. While dreaming. I saw the light beneath the ice. I heard my voice, but it wasn't mine. I remember, though I've never lived there. 3:31 a.m. The cargo bay's internal camera captured the exact moment Reuben arrived. He didn't sit, he didn't speak. He simply touched the monolith. And the monolith responded. A vibration rippled through the floor, not like sound, but like a thought made physical, a presence shaping matter into meaning. Fine cracks formed around the base of the stone, barely visible, like the delicate trails of bird tracks in untouched snow. Then, for a few brief seconds, a thin groove of light shimmered along the surface of the black stone, then vanished. Reuben's breathing quickened, his pupils dilated, his lips began to move. "I remember now," he murmured. "I've stood here before man, before memory. I am part of it, we all are. What's left of us was always part of it." His hand traced the glowing line, the same place where Blake had once reached. The monolith began to open. Far away, Ava awoke, bolt upright, her chest constricted, a shiver raced down her spine, and then a howl. Not loud, not feral, just a single sound, cutting the line between sleep and wakefulness, like a blade of memory through fog. She ran. Toward the cargo hold. Toward the monolith. Inside, Reuben was already gripping the edges of the lid. His eyes no longer saw. His mouth moved, but not with language. He was chanting. Something that was not words, not shaped by any alphabet, yet flowing in rhythm, like a litany passed down through silence rather than speech. A prayer from a world that had already been forgotten. "Reuben!" Ava screamed. "Let go!" No response. She stepped forward, and then Fenrir 01 appeared, not from the door, not through the corridor, just there, as if it had stepped out from the fracture in the air itself. It didn't growl, it didn't bark. It moved, swift, precise, a blur of will and muscle, and hurled itself into Reuben, striking him square in the chest, toppling him backward. Reuben hit the ground. His hands fell away from the stone. At that very instant, the line of light on the monolith vanished. Ava rushed to him, cradling his head. He was unconscious. Cold sweat gleamed on his brow. And on the surface of the monolith, his handprint still glowed, for a moment. Then faded. Fenrir stood before it, head bowed, eyes glowing gold, watching the crack. And then, slowly, it placed its two front paws upon the lid, and closed it. Not with force, only with presence. Ava trembled. She turned to Elias, who had just arrived, his breath catching at the edge of words. "He didn't do this himself," she said. "It wasn't Reuben. Something inside is choosing. It's searching for someone to open it for them." Elias looked at Fenrir. His voice was hoarse. "And he's the only one still standing between us, and that door." Morning. Reuben awoke. He remembered nothing. But in his personal journal, on the final page, a line had been written. Not in any known language. No one could translate it, except Fenrir. Because the moment Elias held up the notebook, Fenrir 01 turned and growled. Not with anger, but with urgency. A growl like a last sentinel warning the world that memory was rising, that the floodgates of something unspoken were loosening, and that it would not be contained by human science or logic. The artifact was no longer dormant. It was choosing. But Fenrir still stood guard, still pulled them back, still held back the tide of memory that could drown a century, even if it had to stand alone, even if it had to defy history itself. That night, the sky above the Arctic did not move. Not because the cold deepened, but because time itself seemed to pause, as if the threads of past and present had begun to twist, folding into one another, erasing the lines between waking and dreaming, between what had been and what was being summoned. And Elias Granger, the man who had spent his entire life chasing shadows of history, found himself stepping, for the first time, into history itself. He sat alone in the command tent, eyes unfocused, gazing through the frost-covered window at Fenrir 01 patrolling the edge of the snow. His eyelids grew heavy, his pulse slowed, not like falling asleep, but like descending, sliding downward into a memory that had never been his, but waited for him nonetheless. When he opened his eyes, he was not Elias Granger. He was Franz Albrecht, Captain Lieutenant of U-Boat Y, 2025, November 1943. The air was thick with the scent of rust and engine oil, the clatter of mechanical clocks, the slow groan of ice pressing against steel. His hands gloved in black leather. Around him, faces he knew yet did not. Officers, crewmen, a still German shepherd in the corner, unmoving, and the monolith, unchanged, but now it was cracked. Franz, or Elias, stepped to the command table. A notebook lay open, the final page half written. It was his handwriting, but he didn't remember writing it. I feel it is speaking through me, not in words, in images, flowing through my blood. I have seen the earth break open. Man forget man. Beast forget fear. A faint sound rang out, a small thud from the deck. Franz turned. A crewman had collapsed, eyes open, heart still, no scream, no panic, just silence. Death not by violence, but by something he remembered too well. Franz looked around, and every man was staring at the black monolith. And no one ran, and no one screamed. It was their eyes, eyes that looked as though something had just been pulled from the back of their memory, dissected in front of them under clinical light, and forced upon their souls with the cold demand, "This is the real story." One young officer, hands trembling, voice brittle, managed to say what they were all thinking. "We shouldn't be bringing it back." Franz turned to him. "No," he said, calmly, firmly, with the weight of a man who had long since let go of personal hope. "We were never meant to bring it back. We were chosen to bury it." The room grew darker, but it wasn't because the lights had dimmed. It was because the light itself was retreating from the world. Franz stepped forward toward Fenrir 01, who at that time was still young, strong, silent, unaware of the eternity it had been appointed to carry. Franz knelt down, placed his hand on the creature's head, his voice no longer belonging to a man, but to a memory speaking through him. "You won't understand it all," he said softly, "but you'll remember." Then he returned to his desk and wrote the final line of his journal. "We were wrong to think we were the last sentinels. The truth is, we were only the first to fall." He stood and walked into the control chamber. He pulled the lever. The seals locked. The ship closed around them. Through the porthole window, the Fenrir had already formed a circle around the artifact. And then Franz, who was also Elias, opened his eyes. He was lying in the tent. His breathing was sharp. His body was ice. But the tears streaming down his cheeks were warm. Ava sat beside him. She gripped his hand tightly. "What did you see?" Elias didn't speak at first. The dream clung to him like a second skin. Then, in a voice quiet as breath against frost, he whispered, "I lived another man's death, but the fear was my own." He looked past her, into the dim, whirring machinery of the tent. "And in that dream, everything was clear. It's not the past returning, it's the present, being absorbed into it." Ava didn't respond. Across the snow, Fenrir 01 approached in silence. It sat beside the tent. Still, watching Elias, not blinking, not moving, as if it too had seen the dream. Inside the tent, silent as a grave, cold as memory, Elias slowly lowered his hand to the frozen ground and whispered, "We are not haunted by what has died. We are living among what was never born." No one responded, because everyone was beginning to understand, not through logic, but through something deeper, something older, a tightening in the chest, a shiver in the spine, a silence that crept into the hollow's language could not reach. By morning, the tension had crystallized, not into arguments, not into raised voices, but into eyes that no longer met one another without trembling beneath the weight of unsaid truths. Marcus was the first to speak. "We've come this far. We opened a door others buried, and if we don't continue, then what was this journey for?" Elias said nothing, but Ava did. "This journey," she said slowly, like each word cost her something. is a warning, rewritten in cold blood. Reuben, who had once lost control near the artifact, now found himself siding with Marcus. He couldn't remember every detail, but something inside him burned with conviction. To deny the past does not erase it. We're standing at what might be the edge of human understanding, he said. If we don't learn what this is, then we will forever be led by fear. Ava sat beside Fenrir 01, her hand brushing lightly over his back. Not in comfort, but in recognition. She knew the creature wasn't there to be reassured, but to warn. There are things, she said, her eyes fixed on the white beyond the tent, that were not made for us to understand. The room fell silent again. So long that the cracking of distant ice could be heard. A sound familiar in the Arctic, but now it rang like something deeper, a fracture in history itself. Elias rose. He unrolled an old wax map of the Arctic, edges worn soft by time. I used to believe, he began, that if we ever touched something truly unknown, it would bring joy. He pointed at the circled mark, Y2025. But now I understand. Sometimes knowledge isn't light, it's a furnace. Helena, quietest of them all, spoke. If we turn back, will it sleep again? No one answered, because they all knew it was already awake. Ava rested her hand against Fenrir's neck. He held the door for 80 years. She looked around the room, her voice no longer quiet. And we've only been here 10 days, and already believe we deserve to open everything? Reuben's voice broke for the first time, low and sharp. So what are you saying? We walk away? Delete everything? Pretend none of this happened? What if someone else comes, and there's no Fenrir left to stop them? Ava turned toward him, her gaze steady. No. Exactly because I fear that we must not be the first to make that mistake. Outside, the wind returned. Stronger now, sharper, biting. A rush of white swept through the tent flap, whirling snow and frost, and carried with it a single dog's hair, drifting softly, landing in Ava's palm. She held on, tight, not to protect herself, not out of fear, but as if her hands alone could keep reality from slipping further into the threshold of the unknowable. And then Elias stepped forward, past the line of silent bodies, and into the stillness where all decisions are made. His voice didn't rise, didn't thunder, but it carried weight, like the first voice in a forgotten temple, remembering how to pray. In the beginning, he said, when humankind first discovered fire, we didn't know whether it was light or death, and yet we stepped forward. He turned, his eyes glinting not with fear but memory. But fire belonged to this world. He raised his hand, pointing toward the frozen hulk of the submarine, the monolith buried beneath ice and silence. This does not. Silence fell like snowfall, long, still, reverent. And then, Elias continued, his voice now quieter but carrying something final. We will not erase the data. We will not bury the truth, but we will not be the ones to open the last door. Marcus looked at him, eyes no longer filled with resistance, but something softer. Then what do we do? Ava stood. Her voice was steady. We let Fenrir do what he's done for the last 80 years. She knelt beside Fenrir 01, leaned close, her breath fogging against his black fur. And this time, she whispered, we'll stand guard. With you. 4 days later, they left the site. The artifact wasn't destroyed because no one was sure it could be. Instead, it was sealed, not with code or key, but with the most ancient material of all, time. frozen again beneath layers of glacial sediment and biotitanium composite, a blend Ava herself had designed. No access codes, no entry mechanism, no future hands meant to open it. Only the passage of centuries would dare touch it. The black monolith lay there, silent, no longer warm, no longer glowing. But inside, no one knew. Had it fallen into slumber, or had it closed its eyes only to listen to us, one final time? On the day of departure, the 9 Fenrir stood in formation, solemn sentinels in snow, their eyes unreadable, eternal. And one, Fenrir 01, turned, alone, walked back toward the wreck. No music, no last words, just one final glance over his shoulder, full of understanding and sorrow. In the helicopter that lifted them back through the Arctic haze, Elias sat by the window, watching the white fade beneath them, slow as a farewell that knows it will never be answered. "Will we ever come back?" Marcus asked. Elias didn't respond immediately. He stared at the endless frost line for a long moment, then spoke, not to Marcus, not to the team, but to the horizon. "Only when humanity learns how to bow," he said softly, "not in fear, but in gratitude." But gratitude alone could not stop the wind. It could not hold back the snow. It could not halt nature from fulfilling its oldest duty, to blur the lines between mankind and the smallness we so often forget we are. By the time Elias finished that sentence, they were already 300 feet above ground. The edge of the station blurred into a shroud of white that stretched forever, as if the land itself refused to let them leave untouched, as if it had marked them, each of them, carrying something undefined, something unspoken. And because that something had no name, the ice would demand it back. The storm came without warning. No satellite alerts, no pressure shifts, just rupture. The sky tore open, and the wind screamed like something ancient and betrayed. Snow turned to crashing waves of white fury, hammering the helicopter, lashing radar towers, slamming into the earth with the wrath of a century buried too long. The pilot shouted orders through the radio, but all that came through were howls, static and wind, wind and static. The helicopter turned back. The research team scrambled toward the temporary station, no longer a retreat, but a bunker. No one asked what they were facing, because by now questions had become meaningless. Every step forward was a wager with death. That night, the storm became ritual. Snow pounded the tin roof like nails on a coffin lid. Power failed for 3 hours. All radios turned to static. Oxygen monitors blinked in erratic sync, recording, for the first time, simultaneous heart irregularities across the entire team. No one slept. No one breathed evenly. No one raised their voice. Then the ground trembled. Not thunder, not the groan of distant glacier collapse, but a low growl deep beneath them, as if something beneath the earth had stirred. And it was displeased. Marcus was near the outer corridor, where the wall was thinnest, where they'd mounted the lightest materials for sensor access. And in a blink, the floor collapsed. Part of the ceiling caved. A wall fell inward. A chasm opened beneath him like the throat of something starved. Ava screamed, her voice sharp enough to split steel. Elias and Reuben lunged, cords unspooling, arms outstretched. But Marcus was already waist-deep in the void, and whatever was pulling was not gravity. It was weight. The weight of something not yet born. Elias dove. His hand gripped Marcus's wrist just as Marcus's eyes went wide. Not with fear, but as though something down there was looking back. No eyes, no shape, just the feeling of being seen. Together, Reuben and Helena pulled. 12 minutes of clawing, slipping, yelling through static and the grinding of ice beneath them. When Marcus was finally dragged free, his left leg had fractured cleanly. Blood spread across the snow, dark red against blinding white. But no one focused on the blood, because his body was cold, frozen, yet his forehead was drenched in sweat. Ava touched his brow. Marcus opened his eyes. He didn't say help. He didn't say pain. He whispered, voice barely above silence, "I saw a dream, but it wasn't mine. It was a memory of something that has no time." Elias said nothing. He sat in silence, the tilted beam of the flashlight casting a sliver of pale light across one side of his face, carving each wrinkle into a fissure, like cracks in old stone, not yet broken but ready to split with the gentlest pressure of time. The storm did not pass. It did not howl to frighten them, nor rage to scatter them. It remained, like a final test, a quiet sentinel in its own right, watching to see who they would choose to become. Because once you've crossed this far, once you've stepped beyond the edge of mankind's collective memory, survival no longer means escaping the cold or preserving your body. It means choosing to go further or to stop, to surrender not to death, but to a will far older and larger than your own. Ava sat beside Marcus, her hand wrapped tightly around his, her eyes red, not only from lack of sleep or from the shaking in her limbs, but because she knew, in a way she could not explain, that she was no longer a scientist. She was part of a ritual, a witness, a keeper of a vow never spoken aloud. "How much energy do we have left?" Elias asked softly. 18 hours, Helena replied. "Comms?" "Still out. Interference is too high. Winds reversing the magnetic field." Elias stared out the ice-crusted viewport, where the light from the station lanterns illuminated the snowfall like 1,000 small white spirits, swirling in a musicless waltz, encircling them without rhythm or end. "Then we have no choice," he said. Ava didn't nod. She didn't shake her head. She simply answered, "Our choice is not to let it choose for us." And so, in the midst of the storm, when death became something you could measure in the cracks of the ice and the rhythm of your heartbeat, they began to understand that survival was not the preservation of the body, but the preservation of will, that final spark of human freedom in the face of an artifact slowly waking into consciousness. And Fenrir, still circling the station in the outer dark, left behind footprints. Perfect, steady, patient, like a message, not to man, not to snow, but to the storm itself, to the artifact, to death, to the very concept of history. "I am still here, and I will not let you go farther than you should. Not if the sky collapses, not if the ice shatters, not even if life remains only in a single breath." That afternoon, the sun rose only a hand's width above the horizon, casting pale rays across the flattened snow that had carved the world into formless stillness, turning the research station into nothing more than a speck, lost in the indifferent white. And in that sliver of light, as it brushed across the command cabin, Elias opened the final page of the journal he had carried like a relic, gently, as if holding a piece of the world's forgotten soul. The ink was black, the handwriting slanted, faltering, written, perhaps, during the last shivering moments of pain or cold. Under the flashlight's trembling glow, the words became clear. "If you find this line, please do not open it. Let Fenrir guard it until the end of the world." Elias did not read the words aloud. He only placed his hand gently upon them, closed his eyes, and let each syllable fracture silently within his chest, like shards of glass that were once language, now turned into quiet blades of meaning. Ava stood behind him. She didn't speak. She had read that page yesterday, not with her eyes, but with something deeper, a form of understanding only possessed by those who have brushed against the edges of the unnamed and returned with silence pressed into their bones. Now, as Elias slowly closed the journal and sealed it inside a biocontainment case, not to hide it, but to memorialize it, Ava stepped outside. The wind had stilled. The snow no longer struck the canvas walls. It was as though the entire landscape had paused, listening. And there, on the northern ridge, where they had once erected a makeshift memorial for Franz Albrecht, the final captain of Y 2025, the man who had not abandoned his ship, his crew, or his memory, stood a single figure, Fenrir 01. It did not bow, it did not bark, it did not howl. It simply stood. Still, as though even the creature itself had long since ceased to be a living thing and become instead a monument, a sentinel, a vow in the shape of breath. Ava walked slowly toward it, each step sinking into the fine, powdery snow, each motion heavy, not with fear, but with reverence, because she wasn't walking toward an animal. She was walking toward a memory that had been awake for 80 years, without food, without sleep, without voice, only to watch, only to remember, only to guard. When she reached arm's length, the wind held its breath. No snow fell, no sound broke. And Ava whispered, "You did what none of us could. You kept something whole, something every one of us would try to explain away. You protected it not by understanding, but by never needing to." Fenrir turned, and in its gaze, there was no animal left. There was only a soul, one that had endured more than history and still chosen to remain. Because if it left, there would be no one left to remember that once. Someone gave everything so the rest of us could remain oblivious. Ava cried, not sobs, not trembling, just tears, quiet and steady, like condensation on cold glass, sliding free not because of grief, but because of knowing. Knowing that no amount of data, no statue, no report would endure as long as the footprints of Fenrir, circling again and again, like memory pressing itself gently into the skin of ice. Elias came next. He didn't speak. He didn't come close. He stood a short distance away, the sealed journal still in his hands, as if he now carried not just paper, but a soul with no name, no flag, no time, a soul that only nods to those who remain quiet enough to listen. Marcus, leg still in a brace, watched from the cabin's frosted window. And he whispered, "We are the living ones, and he is what survived." No one disagreed. Because in that white stillness, in the ice, in the wind, in the breathless space between words never spoken, Fenrir still stood. And beneath the snow, there was a man who did not die in fear, but chose to stay buried with a truth the world should never touch again. That night, Ava began writing her own journal. Nothing was archived. Nothing was transmitted back to Central Command. No digital records, no cloud storage, only a journal, handwritten. Line by line. Franz did not die from cold. He did not die from hunger. He did not die buried beneath ice. He died, so something else would not awaken. Fenrir was not made to obey, not a warhound, not a test subject, but the last primal instinct, to stop man from outgrowing himself. Ava closed the notebook. Outside, the wind howled, long, feral, ancient, as though mourning in a tongue the sky had forgotten. But inside the station, no one heard it anymore. because beneath that storm, deeper than sound, a new silence had settled. Not the silence of death, but the stillness of things whose purpose had been fulfilled. And Fenrir still stood on that mound of snow, unmoving, because perhaps when a soul has lived that long, it forgets what it means to leave. It only remembers this: I remain until the world learns how to be silent with gratitude. The ceiling began in a hush so absolute it felt almost ceremonial, as though even breath had to be measured, restrained, as though the frozen land itself was holding its breath, watching to see if mankind would once again reach too far, or, this time, bow its head and bury its curiosity beneath eternal snow. There was no debate anymore. After that night, after Fenrir's final glance from the snow-covered ridge, after the last line of Franz Albrecht's journal had been read aloud, they were no longer researchers, no longer seekers of truth with proud eyes and intellectual pride. They had become pallbearers of memory, not of bones, but of something heavier, something that, if unsealed, could unmoor an entire century, or worse, an entire age. Elias was the first to descend into Y-2025 that morning. He carried nothing but a steel hammer, a few scanning tools, and the journal, now resealed in an envelope of pressure-sensitive film. He brought it not to read it again, but to return it to where it had once been written. On the command desk, beneath the quiet flicker of a dying century. Eva followed behind, in silence, carrying a cryogel applicator, a biological substance designed to mimic polar-borne ice, dense and ancient. A reconstruction of purity, a mimicry of time itself, learned not through invention, but by watching what had always been stronger than them: nature. They didn't seal the submarine with force. They simply let the cold return. First, the gel spread over the joints of steel. Then the wind outside, sharper than knives, turned it to glass. Afterward, blocks of glacier ice were hauled from nearby ridges and laid over the hull, not with calculation, but with instinct, like hands laying stone over a grave not of flesh, but of knowledge. Marcus, still injured, still bound with splints, stepped outside anyway. He couldn't stand long, but he insisted. He would place the final stone. It was a block of ice, 40 kilos, squared and clean, etched with one line, by hand: do not awaken what chose to remain behind. Helena crafted the marker. No statue, no monument, just a slab of deep black glacial rock, chiseled with a dull blade and smoothed by hours of meaningless effort, which was precisely why it felt true. No symbols, no emblem, no glory. Only these words, carved so deep even time would need centuries to erase them. A 2025-1943, not to be discovered but to be heard, not to be unearthed but to be remembered. When it was done, the snow returned. Gentle, inevitable, like forgiveness. It was as if the wind had approved, as if the land, once trembling beneath them, had finally exhaled. And Fenrir 01 still stood where he had always been. He had not moved, he had not howled, he had not looked away. And that, his presence alone, was enough. Every member of the team knew, in that quiet, that what they had done was not only seen, but accepted. Elias stood beside Ava on the outer platform, gazing back at the landscape, now buried, erased, as though Y-2025 had never risen, never broken through the veil of modern time. "Do you think," he asked, voice barely audible above the snow, "that one day the world will come back here?" Ava didn't answer at first. A breeze swept gently across her collarbone, and then she said, quietly, solemnly, "They will. I just hope By then, Fenrir's footprints are still there. And with that, they left. No one said goodbye. No one used the word forever. Because deep down they all knew permanence was never ours to hold. What humanity is given, if anything, is not dominion, but only the fleeting grace of each moment and the terrible freedom to choose, to protect something sacred, or to exchange it for the blinding glow of intellect stripped of soul. The day Y 2025 was sealed. There were no flags, no headlines, no speeches carved into stone. There was only a small group of people, silent beneath the sky, laying snow upon a vessel, and folding away a chapter of history that was never meant to be written. And a dog, still standing on the edge of the ridge, asking for no recognition, needing no name, only to be allowed to stay, in case watching must begin again. The final morning in the Arctic began like a curtain drawn across a stage where no actors remained, only the weathered props, silent and heavy with memory. A veil of white mist floated low, dressing the barren land in a stillness so complete it felt sacramental. Not a sound rose above the snowfall, and even the breath that left their lips felt hesitant, as though to speak too loudly would fracture the sacred quiet forged between earth and sky, between those who had witnessed survival, of a truth that never should have had a name. They stood, not in formation, not in rows, not under orders. 9 German shepherds, the final generation of Project Fenrir K9, stood like living statues in a world unpinned by time, a place where language had failed, where chronology had bent, where the only truth was what could be felt in the spaces between heartbeats. No one knew where they had come from. No one had seen them eat. No one had heard them howl. But everyone understood that each patrol loop, each silent amber gaze in the night, each footprint repeated like a prayer, had not been chance. It had been a promise, carried not in words but in breath, in blood, in fur passed down through generations that no longer belonged to any species, a legacy of watching, not for glory, not for reward, but because some truths demand guardians, who do not ask to be remembered. Fenrir 01 turned one last time. Its eyes drifted toward the endless white, not toward a destination, but toward something far older. Perhaps it was where they had come from, perhaps where they would return. But wherever it was, there would be no path, no map, no coordinates, because they did not need a way. They were the way. Elias stepped out from the station, his coat caught gently in the wind, his eyes tracking the footprints beginning to press into the snow. 9 shapes, moving neither in haste nor in harmony, but in a rhythm perfect in its repetition, tracing a path that had existed for 80 years, unbroken, unerring, unchanged by time. As though the universe had long since surrendered to the idea that some roads must remain as they were written, in the blood of the first death, in the cost of the first silence, in the warning of the first watcher. Ava stood beside him, saying nothing. She raised a hand to her forehead, not in salute, but in remembrance, trying to press into her memory this final image, the pack dissolving into the mist, no backward glance, no farewell. Only their tracks remained, threading across the frozen skin of the earth like a red stitch across white cloth, a thread that whispered only to those who had looked into the abyss of knowledge and returned. Changed. We have not forgotten. We do not sleep. We ask for no gratitude, we ask only this. Do not open it again. Marcus, still braced in his leg cast, stood alone on the ice, unable to hold back the tears, not because something had left, but because something sacred had simply withdrawn, not lost, not broken, just removed, so that mankind wouldn't mistake proximity for possession. And then, one by one, They vanished into the mist, simply returning as if they had never been here, as if it had all been a ripple in thought, a faint ringing in memory, a scratch across the glass of time. But when Elias knelt, he saw it. Still there. The footprints, each one deliberate, each one aligned, as though Franz Albrecht had just walked through moments ago, and the Fenrir K9 had followed him, step by step, only minutes behind. No one stepped on them, because everyone understood. Some things are honored not in words, but in the pause of a footfall held back. Ava took out her notebook, and for the first time she wrote not in science, not in data, but in farewell. There are names no one remembers, who nonetheless carried the soul of the world intact. There are beings who require no praise because their presence alone is sacred. Reuben closed the last data log. He powered on the station's camera one final time, sweeping it across the white void. Nothing remained, no shapes, no movement, only the snow trail, a thin thread of time, freshly stitched shut. That afternoon, they shut down the station. No photographs were taken. No signatures were left on the walls. They left behind only one thing, upon the recovered mound of snow, beside the black memorial stone of Franz Albrecht. A small sliver of hand-carved wood, its letters etched in old German script. Fenrir leapt. Fenrir lives. Feinpur. And then they left. The helicopter rose into the pallid sky, and not one of them looked back. But inside the cabin, no one closed their eyes, because somewhere beneath that fog-laced horizon, the footprints still walked. And they all knew, guarding is never a mission with an end. And those who guard without names, without medals, without orders, will always be there until we learn how to live as if protected by something we never deserved. Upon return, Elias Granger did not go home. He filed no report, spoke no words at briefings, made no declarations to governments or institutes. Instead, he requested solitude, 30 days of self-imposed isolation in an abandoned southern research station, a place without satellite coverage, without seismic scanners, a place no one had the patience to endure anymore, except a man who now carried a silence too vast to live again in a noisy world. There, among dry timber walls and broken shards of frost like fragmented memory, he wrote. Not on machines, not on encrypted drives, but by hand, on paper, with ink, and with fingers half frozen, writing like a man who knew time was short, but still hoped that a few trembling lines might one day remain, for someone, or something, to read. The letter was never mailed. It was placed gently in an old tin box and buried beneath the black stone on Fenrir's final mound, under frozen earth, like a seed not meant to bloom, but meant to wait. Inside, in a hand that shook but did not break, Elias wrote, "To the one who will one day touch what we once touched, I do not know what year you are from. I do not know why you came. But if you're reading this, it means you've come close to the white zone. And the first thing I want to say is not a warning. It is an apology. I'm sorry we left traces. I'm sorry we weren't strong enough to erase every path. But please do not misunderstand. We tried. With everything we had. We did not run from truth. We simply tried to protect something the world was not yet kind enough to understand. Because the artifact beneath that ice, it is not a relic. It is not a source of power. It is not a gateway to intelligence or advancement. It is a living memory, the memory of a moment in time so ancient, even history itself chose to forget it. And within that memory lies a boundary, a line finer than breath, between what we call human and what should never have a name. We stood before it. We heard it breathe. We felt it move, not with limbs, but with will. And we chose to close the door. You may think we were cowards. You may believe walking away is weakness. But know this, some of the greatest battles in human history were the ones no one dared to fight. And if you ask who guarded this secret until now, follow the tracks, the footprints that never vanish, footprints not of guards, not of soldiers, not of governments, but of beings who never asked for our gratitude. They were not born to serve. They were born to protect us from ourselves. We called them Project Fenrir K9, but the truth is, they never needed a name. If you read this, I beg you, step back. Do not awaken what the ice has chosen to hold. Do not disturb the vow the dead still keep. And if you choose to go forward, know this, you will not walk alone. You may not see them, but they see you. They count every breath you take, and they are ready, again, to guard what the world should never possess. Elias set the pen down. The ink had dried. His hand trembled. He rose, put on his coat, took the small tin box in his hand, and walked through miles of snow beyond the edge of the station. And there, he saw him again. Fenrir 01. Still standing. At the edge of the horizon, he did not approach. He did not retreat. He only watched, toward the place where no one should walk. And his eyes were no longer the eyes of a dog. They were the eyes of the final sentinel, the last keeper of the threshold. Elias said nothing. He simply bowed his head. A small, wordless ritual by a man who had seen what could not be spoken and knew there was nothing more to do. But turn away. The letter has not been found. Fenrir 01 was never seen again. But the footprints, they remain, as if every winter since was only another layer of sealing. And in the endless winds that rake the polar wastes, if you ever listen, long enough, deep enough, humbly enough, you will hear it. The sound of breath, the rhythm of footsteps, the presence of a sentinel's watch. Not for the past, not even for the present, but for every generation yet to come. Beneath the layers of permafrost, in a silence so deep it feels like memory itself has fallen asleep, there lies something more than history. There lies reverence. For in that cold, sealed stillness, where recollection was not buried from fear but out of respect, dwell souls who were never named, beings who never sought legacy, who never needed thanks, and who chose to remain, quietly, at the edge of a line humanity was never prepared to cross. They, the nameless watchers, did not make their stand in declarations, but in stillness. They chose sacrifice as their language. They chose loyalty as their unspoken oath. And they chose unconditional love not as sentiment, but as purpose, an existence that stretched beyond species, beyond blood, beyond time. This story, wrapped in frost and haunted by unanswered questions, does not exist to frighten us. It exists to remind us, gently but unflinchingly, that there are some things in this world so achingly beautiful. They can only survive if we know when to be silent, when to take a single step back, and when to accept that not all power rests in our hands. Sometimes it rests in how we choose to live, not with dominance, but with decency. Learn to love, not only those who look like us, speak like us, or walk the same roads, but also those silent beings who walk beside us in shadow, who protect without praise, who are never known, but are always there. Live gently, not simply because the earth is warming, but because there are places, frozen, sacred, untouched, that deserve to rest. And there are lives, small, quiet, devoted, that are fighting even now to preserve a home for those who have not yet been born, and above all, live responsibly, not to be great, but so that you do not betray the quiet trust of the creatures who have chosen without recognition or reward, to carry the weight of keeping this world whole, even when we ourselves have not yet learned to deserve it. Because somewhere, beneath the drifting veil of mist, there are still footsteps. Footsteps that have never stopped,